one, and we are on.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. After the new year, happy holidays post. I guess was that what you say? I guess it's after the fact. If I didn't get you before, I got you now, and that's how it works. Back to the Phoenix Crusades. A couple things we're going to do, guys, that are new for you. I know last time we took it as Hunger Light, but we're going to introduce it. It's a system that you're not used to doing every time, and it's time to bring it back. If only because we got the other things sound, we got social conflict down a bit. We know how to fight somewhat, not quite in there, but trust me, it's a new year. A new year brings new opportunities to learn all sorts of new things. And but one of them is going to be hunger. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and pop in a hunger roll, a simple die roll, throw out, see how you feel, see
Yes,
if you lose the blood or get more hunger or don't.
I am at hunger 3.
Do you like that? I just want you to know that's expert DJ. That's how you know someone's used this enough. Right? You want to do that rouse check if anybody's a little slow and pinning out in the pickup here.
Hunger 3 as well.
There you go. There you go. Now, Mike, by my count, last you played, by my count, that puts you at a hunger 4. I'm willing to say that I'm wrong. We'll go by what you last have in your notes. I don't know what that explanation.
I was muted. Oh, well, okay. we'll take yours in the interest of time. I'll send you a message if I got something different, but it shouldn't matter.
Okay. So what this represents is for a lot of you, we're sitting at hunger 3. Makes sense, right? It's been a bit. But the point to hammer here is feeding is definitely on your mind. When we're at that 3, the hunger is much like, I would say, the vampiric equivalent to it's dinner time. And, your significant other's been baking something all day long. You've been smelling it. It's right there, and it's just about to be done. Except for a vampire, this is you waking up and walking out the door. This is every time you see a human, right? Every time you see a blood source, is that you feel this hunger peak, right? Like it's willing to do whatever it takes to do it. But it's according to, as we know, predator type. So what we're going to do, gentlemen, around here is that we're going to see who has to do a scene and who's just going to get the benefit of a roll. With multiple characters, I think this is the best method. So what we're going to do is one more roll, but it's going to be of your respective predator type and based on where you're going to feed. I like to pick this out to pick on players so we could save on time. We're going to make a universal method here. So what I'm going to do is go through you one at a time. You're going to tell me where you're going to feed at. And this is the time where you got to say, if there's a grandiose way you feed, do it. If you don't know and, you're just not, you put thought to it, but you're just right now, maybe you wouldn't feed the same way, let me know. And we'll work with it. But do remember the function. Take a second to look at your predator type. Remember what you made. And I know the dust of New Year and whatnot. But let's try to get back on that horse. And we'll start with whoever's ready. All right, Mr. Michelli.
I will feed at the nearest truck stop.
The nearest truck stop. Okay. Now tell me a little bit. What is it that your character does?
A lot of truck stops, people traveling through will usually take a little bit of a long rest from long drives across the country, and those are the kind of people I'm targeting. Those who are taking a nap, a very deep sleep in their car, or truck for that matter.
Yeah. So you're looking to feed on someone that's completely unawares but at a truck stop and would be asleep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Probably a truck driver of an 18-wheeler, because those cabins are very high up, so it would be easy to be hidden in.
I do like your choices here, sir. Makes it humorous to me. What I want you to do is go ahead and give me we'll just say, make this a wits and stealth roll.
Sure.
This is going to represent you taking the opportunity and the time to get that set up. But the diff you're looking at, let me rattle this off here. There's nothing special other than that you're going to do it. And there's some things I want you to look at, because we're going to go locked in with your method.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to ask, is this the method you typically use?
I'd say it would be.
I mean, remember what I said, predator type means a lot, right?
Yes.
So you're saying, Rot, this is how he would go about it. All right. We're going to put the difficulty at 2, is where we're going to start at. And that's because we're looking for somewhere remote, which may or may not have that truck just sitting idle. Because when we're saying truck stop, you're not making it sound like you're going to travel the world, America's highways real quick and get that truck stop out in the middle of nowhere that's used to having that trucker traffic to where they would have the full shower facilities, maybe even a place to sleep that they could rent out if they didn't want to be in that truck, and then places to eat, right?
Right.
You're staying in the area, I'm assuming, if that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and set this at 3 then total,
Okay.
is what you're looking to
Difficulty,
get.
3. So we're combining wit, stealth, my hunger, and difficulty.
Very important question. Any thought as to how you're going to get into a truck?
Just I never. I've never displayed him having any like lock picking kits. So
It's a thought. Let's assume you get up in that hunger. Rot's not the typical guy to do that, or is he? Just because you never said it may never have come up.
I think
In other
he
words,
would attempt to try and break in. He would try and have a kit on him because he wants to go unnoticed when he's moving around.
So let's try this. What I'm telling you, it's not, hey, let me give you every option to have what you need.
Mm-hmm.
Think of Rot. Think of this military guy. Think of the situation he's in. He's a vampire. All that there is, right? Let's get back on that horse.
Yeah.
But he can't exactly walk up in public and be like, hey, how's it going? I need a sandwich. This guy's looking to grab someone, 2 feet on them. And whether it's a thing of remorse or it's just the easiest for you, you've chosen people who are unaware. Now, this comes in 2 modes. It's either you have a feeding style, you're going to Sandman this up, is what it seems like, and you're going to choose people who are just completely out, whether they're drunk at a party or high and unconscious, or you're going to sneak into a hospital and get somebody who's comatose. Whatever it is, it's that they are not aware, right? This is where your concept comes in. This is where your character comes in for that. Now, you're choosing a truck stop. People can sleep in a truck, and that's fine. But I'm thinking to myself, this is common form. Okay, what a life. Maybe you drive up, stop, park. You have a methodology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you say it makes sense? Because if you do this in the regular, how else would you get into the truck?
Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense to me. Because
Yeah.
his day to day, he would have to be very well. He would have to be very fluid in getting in and out of these vehicles.
Have to be something. is the point. So that being said, go ahead and make that roll. We're going to give you a bonus 1 die. Because the kid, you're not a world-renowned thief, but you are somebody who's going to make an attempt to get into it. We're going to do this all in 1 roll here.
Or difficult 2. Success.
All right. So for what happens for your character, it's a simple matter for you to get into this vehicle. And why it is because it is a truck and it does have a lock, but the one you choose is a guy who actually didn't lock his door. You came prepped. And as you get to the door itself and open it, this guy, the hissing of the air brakes kind of freaks you out a little bit, does everybody as it just idly sits there. And you don't even know why it kicks on. Maybe it's automatic. Someone sitting in the car is going to turn over and look in your direction. People respond to movement, something I need you, the player, to understand. You're playing a stealthy character. Your character would know this. Folks respond to what wasn't there. Your eye picks up a lot more than you think. And when everything is still and motionless, you expect it to be that way. This is the effect of when you go into like a laundromat and you look and there's nobody in there but you.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing should be moving except a spinning washer and dryer. But watch what happens when somebody walks by the front opening and you're sitting there waiting for your washer or dryer to get done. Your peripheral, you just look at the door or look at the window. It's an innocent thing. Why it's important for you is that flavor of you got away with it. Because the person who looks at you doesn't look panicked. They're just like, oh, that guy, oh, what a rough life, right? Because they look at you, and from a distance, a little shadow stepping. I mean, rephrase that. Remember the players we got. You're not shadow stepping, but what I refer to is staying to the dark, right?
Yes.
You're not walking in the full light to pump gas as you get in your ride and you leave, having successfully fed. Who else is ready?
I am.
Hit me.
So Sullivan these past couple of nights has been very, very disturbed. He probably hasn't gone feeding, considering that one of his coterie mates ended up becoming someone else all entirely. So he's been kind of skittish about it recently. Considering that his nerves are kind of fried right now and his hunger is getting the better of him, he's can't afford to create a faux pas at the Blue Velvet. So instead, he's going to try seeing if he can rely on his herd. He does have fame as a life coach, so he's going to try seeing if he can hit up a successful, or I should say, a potentially successful young man or woman who might be interested in his services or consultation for the evening, so you get himself a nice snack. Someone with that nice taste of ambition that he has a predilection to.
Just checking something out real quick.
Sure thing.
Well, this is interesting, giving your feeding style of choice, right? Is this typical for your character? Or are you deliberately throwing an audible?
It's typical for my character to use his fame to feed off the people who are already interested in him. So he has more of a predilection to go ahead and find people who actually already know him than those that he doesn't.
So the danger in lies here is that we have to tell a tale of how your character using the typical is able to pull this off. Now, why I say that is because you are someone who's very careful and cautious, you yourself. And that's a very high profile move. People who know you that you're going to feed from but aren't necessarily in the loop leaves you to vulnerability. And I'm just saying, I gotta lock it in. Are you certain this is what you wish to do?
That is certain how he plays. That's
Okay,
how
so
Sullivan gets his rocks off.
So what place are you choosing?
He would like to make a visit to one of his clients, if at all possible. Give them a phone call, tell them that he's got a nice opportunity for them, and he'd like to have a conversation regarding it. Similar to what happened to our South African gentleman as before. That just goes to show the pattern of Sullivan being the douchebag he is.
So here's the difficulty of things we're doing here, right?
Right.
There's guaranteed ways, and then there's ways we're making up on the fly as you keep stacking the deck, right? I have an easy way to do this, but I got a little bit more I could do, and a little bit more I could do, and a little bit more I could do. Now, your fame does make it easy for you to get a hold of certain people. However, that's not locked that they know what you are, that you've even fed from them before.
Right.
Right? So that's one. The second thing is you're going to their house. It's great. Sullivan's a charismatic guy. You want him to be there. That's awesome. Consider his hunger for a moment.
This is true.
He's not at his good graces. To go in front of him in that capacity, why you're going in dry, you're looking hungry, maybe a little more predatory than you thought. These people are food, and maintaining that level of veneer you need to put that shine on them, as it said, to keep them in the dark, that's going to add to your difficulty. So what we're going to do is, instead of it being a matter of dice loss, it's going to be success reduction.
Okay.
I think that's fair. This is like a called shot, if you will. You're trying to do it and put a little ad lib on. Now, the benefit of this is maybe opportunity for her. It depends on how well this goes. However, it's a very difficult thing. Your clientele, based on what you do, are not well, they're not sitting in a condo after a shift at the factory. You know, people got to afford you to make that happen. So what you're looking at, it's steep. I want to say this: the difficulty of 6 is by your chosen method here.
I'm down.
All right.
What would you like me to roll?
You're rolling in the room that we always have for the Phoenix Crusade on Discord, sir. That's,
I mean my dice pool, I should say.
You don't get one. Just try. That's all I'm teasing. What you were going to roll, I think, for Sullivan, let's start with his charisma. I think that's going to be his mainstay here. But what you're trying to do is set up an opportunity. It's charisma to tell them where to go and kind of guide them where they're going to be. It's going to be subterfuge on top of it. And let's go ahead and assume your guy's going to go at his best and include your presence of 2 dice. But we'll go ahead and give you, because you did use your background, I think successfully setting this up makes it easier to find them. We'll include your fame as well.
Okay.
This is all because maybe this is why you knew you could make a high profile attempt to feed from the very best and the most wealthiest of places.
Hunger 3 and difficulty of 6. Good luck, everyone. Oof.
This die loves you, sir. That's adorable how that works out. Here's what happens. This is you not missing this evening. You call up your clientele, and he tells you, yeah, we get together. We always have a late time celebration. It's at the end of the year. Everybody has the holidays. You get the parents home, get rid of your family, and then they want to have the real party. This is that type of thing. In fact, when they talk to you, they tell you, oh, Sully, why don't you bring a little party favor of your choosing and forget the wife? You know what I mean? And they invite you on out. You get what this means. It's a lot of business rub elbow moment where there are people who are going to be out here where you don't bring someone that's going to talk about the things that happen. We're not talking eyes wide shut, but we are talking, we all make six-figure salary and we're about to blow off some steam for the whole year sort of event. When you get here, Sullivan can't lose. Walking in the door, you have the perfect commentary, all smiles, jokes all around. Everyone's happy to see you, to hear from you as you make up and bullshit your daytime business practices, which gets you to rub elbows with the right guys, to talk about the right deals. You get people proposing you for a possible business opportunity later, but that's not tonight. And when they start talking about highballs and doing a shot here and getting that in there, you even expertly know how to excuse yourself from things. Stop saying clutch things like, I'm on keto, and I'm like going, oh yeah, totally, we understand you can't do that. The beer too, yeah, it's keto, it's the thing, I can't keep these looks just fucking around, right? And you get head nods and whatever, and eventually you attract that target market. And what that is, there is some idiot who did bring his significant other who's hanging out and she is not happy. This is because she's about 32 but looks 25 because she keeps her shit legit. However, as you talk to her, she also has 2 degrees, right? Business macroeconomics is one, and she's also a psychologist. And she's overachiever type. But Sullivan, we call this the holy grail of people you feed from because she's so arrogant that she feels she deserves more attention from her current husband. And her current husband, maybe in his 40s, he does something on Wall Street. You barely remember what it is. But this guy actually tells you, oh, you're entertaining her for me? Thanks, bro. I'm going to be in the back. As he's outside, you know what he's doing outside. There's a group of girls that came out to the party that these guys are treating like a buffet. They're not talking really. They're just gooing at everything these guys say. And you know what that setup's for. Let's go for a card in my new Maserati or whatever the hell it is out back. And we'll come back in an hour or so. You know what goes on in those moments. And this is what money does. Money is an opiate of the masses. And for a vampire, this is where you pick your spot. Now, because of her, and we know how you're just talking your way into whatever you want with her, is where it comes down to. How much are you going to feed yourself on her?
I'm definitely not going to drain her as I need her alive and well. I am going to slake my hunger, though. I'm going to try seeing if I can reduce hunger too comfortably from her.
It's easily done. How it is that she has a night of wine, and you're a pro. You ask her what wine, says it's in a wine cellar, but the really good wine's in the back. You said, I'll be right back. She tells you something how you can't get it because apparently the owner's wife would flip out and you're like, yeah, I won't tell her if you don't. And you give her a wink, and now you're dangerous. You're some guy, oh, you remind me of when I was in college. I used to date this guy. He was a real go-getter. I don't know about success, though. Are you successful? And you expertly tell her as you pull up her bottle of wine, am I successful? I let my actions speak for me. As you come walking out, the temperatured room of the wine, everything's perfect, down to the picture-perfect pour, where you're in close enough to tell her, hey, what's one of the fanciest things you ever wanted to do? And she's like, you mean like drink this wine? And goes, yeah, amongst other things. And as she holds the wine glass and you do too, and you go in for that dangerous kiss, the one that shouldn't happen, the forbidden fruit, you instead bite her. And that's all it takes. When it's all said and done, she's tired and you're hanging on to her. She has the wine glass in hand, and you deliberately undo your tie, ruffle your shirt a little bit, make it look like something might have happened. And, dab your chin, you're looking great. You look in the mirror and you do what she expects, which is you go ahead and smooth everything over. And you're like, all right, thanks. I'll see you next year. As you go ahead and out, she goes, you don't even want my number? It's up to you. Do you try to get her phone number, or do you let that be what it is?
He'll go, yeah, I'll get your phone number. And he'll kind of just extend his hand as he holds out his phone, looking kind of nonchalant about it. He does have that douchey look on his face, like he got what he wanted from her, but he wants to see how interested she actually is in him. So he'll just have his hand out while holding onto his phone, not making eye contact and just looking down.
So what you have is the beginnings of another herd member, because this is somebody who you can tell it's not just it's not like you guys had sex through fangs. What it is this is life changing, and it happens every time in mortals. You need to be aware of this, and it is because of what you are. You understand what you can do, and you understand what being a vampire is alone. But that preternatural charisma that just forces its way onto people, whether you intended to or not, she is down guard all across the board. What I mean by that is it's like she can't help herself but ruin her life just to be near you. And when she kind of pours it on thick and even comes over to get a kiss, you're like, whoa, hey, whoa. Like you just got yourself done up. You don't want her to mess it up again. And she's like, oh, right. Well, let's not make it a year, huh? And you give her that wink. You don't answer the question like a real boss as you're able to walk out. You increase or add to your herd of 1. If this is going to increase that rating overall, we'll wait for the requisite XP, but you have permission to do so on that regard. So this feeding is successful for you. To that end, Bernogle Brentron.
I'm ready.
Slappy, my man. I almost forgot. Because of downtime, you don't need to, provided you went on an activity with your brother where you guys went, hung out, partied. You did something I'd like to think is very tender, right? And I'll share with the folks. It's the fact that you went and played at your dad's. You went to the cemetery, hung out with your dad, hung out with your bro, mended that fence, and played your dad's favorite song. Your brother was more than appreciative of that moment. Really spent that night with him, just chatting, laughing, and having a good time. Why it was a success, there was really nobody around for you to have interrupt, which is a beautiful thing. And naturally, you didn't spend all night in the cemetery. So when it was said and done, time to party. Your brother is not a party guy in terms of let's go get plowed drinking or ruin that moment, but he did go to a Buffalo Wild Wings with you. And of course, you can't eat any of the food, but you can hang out and be a charming guy, which is the intent. That already gives you an opportunity to feed at that place, because there's one thing I can tell you. When a person has to eat and you want to go out for a cigarette, especially if you're a vampire, strangely, they're already distracted with their own hunger. It's no thing for you to feed. So from me to you, that's a free feed, or if you would like to do something more in lines with your predator, we can do that.
No, I mean, I will take this opportunity for a free feed. There is no reason not to for me.
It's an easy crush with Slappy. I mean, what are you going to do, right? Everyone likes Slappy. Give him 20 seconds, he'll tell you it, and that's the effect. But for Brennan,
Yes, sir. I was at hunger 1. I did not get hungrier with that rouse roll.
okay.
But
then we're good, except when Mike appears. There's Mike. It was weird. It's like he had a few skate, wasn't it? He just like touched the camera and appeared. What are we going to do about our naysaying hunger here?
So four is a lot, right? Warren can feel his hackles. His nervous system is getting hot. Some of them Bruja tendencies are coming to the surface, despite the fact that he tries to keep a leash on all of that, right? So what I would like to do, being the siren that I am, is try to leverage my little bit of understanding of the street to find a sex worker and feed it in a secluded area under the auspices of coitus.
Well, I can tell you how easy this is going to be. Seduction in the state you're in. Well, let's just say that's a challenge that I'm willing to watch you do. Unfortunately for you, this is a role that is not the best for you, but it is something that you work up to. Now, why that is because you have to use first glances, first contact, right? This is a charisma etiquette thing. And for a lot of people who don't know this, it's because you're actually trying to feed in the street. It's not a matter of that you're not looking for someone who's into that sort of thing, as you said. It's a matter of, are they into you? And that's holding yourself correctly, coming correct, as it said. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't approach people who are in that business the wrong way because they have to protect their lives every night.
You got it. And so, because of that insight, and you do aware of that, there's one thing to add to it. You are a Bruja. Presence does matter. So, if you could give me that roll, adding your presence dice to it, and we could see where we're going to be at. So, that's etiquette, charisma, plus your presence dice. However, the difficulty is going to be, we'll say, 3. Um, this is because where you know where you're going, your character isn't an expert on the streets and exactly how to approach it. And let's see how daring he gets.
All right. Oh, I didn't add my hunger to that if I should have.
You should not have. You're
Okay.
good. All right. The effect here is it goes off a little better than you anticipated. You don't know where to go, right? You catch yourself over on the west side, kind of chit chatting with a few people, and you decide because it's just the thing to do. There is a place that's kind of like a Waffle House, really more like a diner that's just like individually owned, maybe. You head up to the place and they show waffles and a chicken drum on it. And it looks very new, redone, like someone's trying to fit in with that trend. And that's all they do. It's a lot of fried food they drop back there with the fry baskets. Everybody's a little stressed out, whatever. By stressed out, the folks here, this is an after hours thing for clubs. And you're able to see that and see what's going on. The problem is for you is that you're in the parking lot looking in through the window, and rightly so. When everybody is someone you could swallow whole, and it's all you can do to keep your hands where they are, it's setting up that opportunity. Now, it's interesting opportunity comes to you. This carload of guys is just sitting out back, and this isn't unusual for the neighborhood you've been in. They're smoking a bit. They're chilling out. They do have a girl or two with them. Now, one of the girls is less clothed than the other and is definitely high, but is just sitting there. And one of the guys will just literally look at you and says, "Hey, man, what you into?" And you easily play the role. You turn around and tell him, I'm a guy with some change. I'm just looking for, Miss Right, if you know what I mean. I'm trying to hang out, do my thing, but it's a lonely night. And they start chuckling. And one of the guys go, "Oh, man, you met Sarah here? Sarah knows what's going on." And for you, simple economics of the street. This girl couldn't be older than 15. She's white. She's dressed the part. And, she's property to this set, whatever this is. You look around and it's every nightmare you've ever heard of in a university about people not getting out and being prey to the neighborhood they're from. And she knows it too. And when this guy talks to you, Greg or whatever you call him, it was Greg or G Money or something like that. You can't even really pay attention to what he's prattling at you about. He just points out one thing. He knows if you go to the bathroom in a joint and wait, he'll send her on in to use the bathroom. You do what you do. He hands you the condom and he tells you it's $200 up front. You know it's steep, but money ain't a problem for you as you flip off 2 bills and don't care. And you head on into the bathroom. When she comes stumbling in, it's about 5 minutes later. No one says anything, at least not that you're aware of. And when she walks in, she just doesn't even look at you. She starts telling you, hey, whatever it is, no freaky stuff, or, who I came with, blah, blah, blah. And you're on her. The point of seduction is pointless. And you get that, especially to your beast. This is somebody already defeated. This is the deer walking up to the wolf, and the wolf opens its mouth and she lays her neck in it, right? As you just feed. Question is, how far are we going to go with this?
I don't want to go too far. Especially knowing how hungry I was when this process started. I'm trying to hold on to it. If possible, I even like her to be conscious.
Well, it's a high ask there, and I like to think that your resolve composure helps, but where you're currently at, well, let's just say we'll see what the dice say. Now remember, your Bruja proclivities don't matter. This is not based on anger. This is just you resisting the hunger to continue. Like a chant. You're simply able to stave it off. You want it to where she could pass out. Let's just say there's not an amount, right? This passes in moments. When she's there, She lets out a dull moan, which lets you know that she definitely is on something, and it's translated accordingly. You can taste it. This feeling washes over you of melancholy. Honestly, it's depression, it's letting go, it's defeat, it's just not caring. She's somebody who wishes she was invisible or didn't exist, and tasting that misery of being property, and the fact that she even gleefully in her head, and you could taste in the blood for a brief moment, fantasizes you killing her. She's not aware you're feeding on her, but she thinks you're. This is how numb she is to what she has to do. You're not certain this woman even feels anything when this act goes on. Like to her, she's looking from afar in a vast distance, barely conscious, probably when she walked in the door. And then you feeding on her puts her in a different place. She's definitely, she has no choice of the height of ecstasy. And that's where she wants to be, that first high, first time type thing. And it's magnified by what she's on. However, the blood don't lie. And her insight from this, her only way to wake up is when she gets beat on by these guys. It's messed up for you to know that they keep her so drugged or on whatever she's on that her only chance of getting away or being herself is when she does something wrong. And it's up to you what you choose to do with that. But it leaves you with a sense of relaxation, believe it or not. You're just another predator who chose to abuse her, and a list of them, and you're good to go. But it will slake your hunger by 2.
On the way out, I'm hoping there's some kind of role I can make, even though I think I'm a little bit high myself, to take notice of, how do I say this? Anything that might distinguish Greg, right? Like a Letterman jacket in the backseat of the car, or maybe a badge from his school or a Rotary Club, something that makes him more than nondescript, or his vehicle.
So his vehicle is an SUV, and the odd thing about his vehicle is he doesn't have plates. That's the one thing I'll tell you. Now, it's not you're no investigator, you're no Sherlock Holmes, but looking at it, you could tell where a license plate was there recently because you could see that it's bright white around the holes where the screws normally sit, right? Because weathering affects it, but it's around that. It's very clean. Like somebody took. Why would they take the plates off and be somewhere, right? You don't really understand it because wouldn't that get them pulled over?
You would think.
No attention drawn. And then when you see these guys again and you look at them, the image of the 90s of gangbangers hanging out with like red bandanas and everybody's wearing blue bandanas and whatnot, that's flying colors. Now, you're a guy from Chicago, from the hood. You absolutely understand that there is a difference. The people hanging out, they're smart in Chicago. They're cunning. If you're part of a gang and you're going to do dirt, it depends on if you're warring with another gang. If you are throwing down with another gang, you'll go to their turf and you'll wear your colors and you'll flag it up. And you know that. You've heard them brag about that. That's what stacking is all about. When you hand stack in a gang, it's repping the hood. You want them to know who you are. When you're not, and you're doing business elsewhere, you don't want to get flagged or caught by cops. And to them, this is where black men sing in terms of violence and doing that, because they use reverse racism. What do you think white people see when they see a black man in an SUV in this environment wearing the right hip hop clothes, right? It was some black guy. And they feed. Crime feeds on that. They want that to happen. It's no different than if you're in a biker gang and, everyone says you're Hell's Angels because you had tattoos, a bald head, and some chains. What they don't know is that you're not in a biker gang at all. You're just hanging out with your friends like the punk movement, and the bikes were the chosen method that you guys work on. But you did get into a fight at a club, and because you guys are workout enthusiasts, people assume you're in a biker gang, and y'all like the leather cuts that you haven't made up. Would get you fucked up anywhere else in the world, right? If you're around that element who sees you kind of living it up or recruited. But it's the same thing. And that's what you have right now. You can make it a point to go talk to Greg, get a conversation, and try to get info from him if you wanted to. Definitely having fed, calm down that beast a bit. It's up to you. Depends on how bad you want to make this a thing.
Well, she's still in there, right? I gotta at least let him know, hey man, I think she might be a little bit too up on whatever she's up on. You might want to check the third stall. Like, is this a regular thing? And then try to curveball that premise into him telling me a little bit more about what he's up to.
What happens is you don't expect. It's very ruthless. What he does is he takes his shirt, pulls it up so you can see his gun, and lets it sit, and he just stares at you. Premise is clear. Right? When you start talking, should she be passed out in the bathroom? Should that happen? And when he just stares at you, you kind of get the idea. This guy either leads this group or what's going on, but it's up to you how you want to interpret it.
He doesn't say anything. He just looks at me. Okay.
I want to make sure we get this clear, Mike. To Warren, University Warren, may have been from the hood, ain't about the hood, though.
Right.
You just went back to a guy who pimped out some chick that he must know how old she is. Right? Complicit in crime, and you came back to play daddy. Wasn't your intent, but it comes across as. Hey, your girl passed out. You know where she is? Is this a normal thing? And it's just a simple cut all the bullshit and get the fuck out of here. That's what that gesture is.
Yeah, I get that. You know what? I'm gonna do. I'm out.
You leave and these guys don't chuckle. I don't want you to think they're clowning on you. I think it's an understandable thing. In fact, I think for Warren, maybe one or two of them kind of give a nod. Like it ain't no thing. Like you came back to make it an issue. They showed you no issues be brought up here at this time. And you're like, all right, I'm gonna mind my business. Maybe get some chicken and waffles, but not messing with this car. And you move back. This will constitute what you guys will maintain, not necessarily the same night, this series of feeding. But you're coming back from a big task. For all of you, you had a week chilling, thinking about the fact that, well, there's this Gertie Mill issue in a certain mall that you encountered. And you certainly didn't get into the Six Flags Great America. That didn't happen because we got kind of stuck on this part. And you know you have it. Mm-hmm. Now, for all that it's worth, I only need to know if you guys are meeting at the Blue Velvet or is Sullivan pulling okay, I need an update because you guys did say it was a touchdown. I remember there were difficulties and you're going to show up at the Haven again. As a reminder, they did have a communal Haven spot where we kind of sat together because the Sabat guys had that comfort they needed and everybody else was kind of keep it copacetic. Slappy, if I recall, shows up on his own and that's the only difference. And that's because Slappy, well, he works for a living. Got the Blue Velvet fame working for him.
Do what you got to do, you know?
I guess the question would be, is Slappy working tonight? If he is, we'll meet up at the Velvet. If he isn't, then we'll meet up at the Haven.
Well, Slappy, as a lot of things go with this, we'll give you the benefit of it being a Monday night, and we're going to say that whether or not you work is whether or not you tell them you're coming in. Hey, weird thing. You work in a vampire club? Strangely, they don't hold you to a schedule.
Yeah, no, tonight's an off night for Slappy. Gotta rest the old lips, My fingers are aching. So, yeah, no, I would definitely relay that, I'm off tonight, so best to meet somewhere else.
He will this is let's actually I was thinking about that. Sullivan would rather meet at a club. He doesn't trust anything after he met Warren 2.0. He can't bring Warren back to the Haven. That's scary.
Okay. So heading back to the Blue Velvet, I'm assuming you're taking your VIP and that's the table. You're letting everybody know the setup. Works just like you pay for. You get to the door, no question. You're not standing in that line at all. And there's a line in every club to get into, especially the vampire ones. With the exception of, red number 5 that has it wrapped around the block. This one just has, a couple people waiting for IDs to get checked. That takes time. Not for you. You get there and walk in, they more or less, they know who you are. And not a problem. You tell them to be on the list. They're aware who came with you before. And easy enough, all of you will congregate at the table. The only question I have is tonight the night that you're going to share a particular vintage, or is you're just going to be dry using the table space?
He will He will make use of his membership. He's already paying for it as it is, and to flex on his coterie mates just to let them know how much he could provide. He will have something served up for them.
What you get is a decanter, as it said. And this decanter is designed not to be. It is dark red fluid that is in there, and you can see that. You just don't know how they get it so thin, considering what it is. And you yourself, before they even get up here, if they drop it off, the type of glass they give you, it looks like to anybody else, it could be a type of juice. But when you sip it, you realize whatever process they did, they were able to thin this out to kind of remind you of it. And it tastes very earthy, is the taste at first. And then it hits you. It's like glee in a glass. This isn't something you drink by the draught. It's something you sip and you taste. And then you note that that's why they gave you shot glasses, is what they put on the table. Well, at least one for you and more if you ask, and you know that.
Right.
But they don't explain it. This is the part that I think would take Sullivan back. How would you know how to have this unless you tried it? And that seems to be the way they deliver blood to you here, is that eventually if you're in the know, you're in the know, and that's what you pay for it. So sitting here, imagine your endorphins popping off in your head as if you still had them. And this is the effect of you having a sugar high.
Mm-hmm.
If only because it's thoughts of what it might have been once upon a time to walk in the sun. It is not you thinking about, oh yeah, the sun on my skin. And it was because how many hot days of sweaty nastiness do you think would come up before the good days, right?
Right.
This is like you were tired, and everyone's felt this. You woke up that day and you looked outside and nothing mattered until you got out of your routine on your way out the door. And then finally you're outside, the fresh air hits you, that feeling of getting stuff done, or the day awaits. That's what it's like. But that said, all of you get to the table and sit, and Sullivan looks like he's in good spirits, but when doesn't he?
Ramsey is of course there, and he's also wearing that same suit that you've seen him wearing the last couple of times. It probably dawns on at least Sullivan that he doesn't know what dry cleaning is it's all like kind of wrinkled. But hey, there's no blood stains on it, anything like that. But he is, as he's sitting in that table, that shot glass is close to his chest, like almost on the edge of the table.
He'll look over at Ramsey. Not interested in drinking?
I drink with everyone as it's provided, but I'm more concerned about the pebble or the bean or whatever the hell the pigeon called it. I'm still
Right.
on a timeline.
Oh, I know. I think that's the reason why we're all kind of meeting up here. But there's no reason you shouldn't be able to enjoy, a little bit of the refresher.
And he'll
He's
take
like-
a shot. He'll not sip it, he'll down it.
Oh, what are you doing?
Drinking.
That's not how you drink any of this. He's
Oh,
like,
for you,
"Dear God."
Ramsey, this is a victim on the chase. Nothing more, nothing less. You've tasted this. This is somebody caught unawares. That's what it reminds you of. This is what they would taste like. Exactly what they would taste like. Like in a daze. Is this drugged? You none of the nuance hits you in the same capacity that does Sullivan. And this is the difference of palates, right? You've had a brutal feeding existence in the Sabbat. He is the one who gets to sit back and think about it. Night and day is the experience you have with this, but that's what it is. So it's not the blood that's changed; it's the perception of those who imbibe it.
Gotcha. So with that, after he sets the shot glass down, and I'm not going to interrupt you other than to say, you'll see his fangs just slightly extend, and he'll get like this kind of smirk on his face as he licks over his fangs, and then they retract.
Oh, Jesus. All right. He'll adjust his glasses a moment. He's like, well, everyone's got a way about it. Just it's a little, at least tell me it was good.
It was good, Sully.
Good to hear. Listen, by the way, and he'll motion over to Warren. Is that who I think it is?
I'll look between the two of you. I'll lean over. Warren, Ramsey's gonna sniff you, like about at the shoulder. It's him.
Warren will just look over at Ramsey like, motherfucker, I don't stink.
That's how I know it's you.
How do you know it's him?
I would say if it's the one thing to help you out, Ramsey, it's that he has a cologne he wears. To you, it's expensive because of the combinations that are applied in there. It's somebody who tried to use animal fat just enough to get that stick of the fat to have smells cling to it, and then applied thinly, mixed with a bunch of other. It's like cinnamon meets orange, but then it has enough of a musk, and you don't know where they pulled it from because it's too diluted, and you're not that good. But it's a musk. It's like somebody trying to show off a bit of machismo. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to tell you who they are. You could just that first smell just lets you know. All right, that's a man. That's a man's cologne. That's the effect that he wants. He always wears this brand. Thing is, for Warren, you do always wear that brand. That's why it's $450 a bottle bought from France, as that's what you do. This is part of your shtick, right? Sirening becomes easy when you have this stuff, and you're somebody who has that. So that's why you don't stink, is what I'm backing up. But Ramsey, now you recall the fact that the guy before, the Warren before, that you remember dealing with, and it's an afterthought, it was just some cheap shave, some shaving cream. You can almost place the brand. I think it was Barbasol, maybe. It torn between, like it's something very common. Like he doesn't do that.
Warren wears a scent: citrus, cinnamon, and animal fat. Distinct.
Ambergris, motherfucker, ambergris.
Last time he was just wearing Barbasol.
Last time, somebody want to, you know what? Don't.
No. It's worth doing it, Warren. I'm not going to lie to you. I know that you've been out taking care of your own stuff. At least you seem a little bit more put together. Fortunately, you've at least got a little bit of a temper in you, which at least lets me know that you are Warren. To give it to you straight, not so long ago, we were sitting up here trying to figure out what to take care of, specifically when it comes to a specific primogen who needed a bit of discretion regarding an incident that happened. It seems like it passed around through the Anarchs. Lo and behold, apparently, there was a meeting downstairs by you and your ilk, which had caused a bit of a ruckus. They tried coming after Slappy. I tried getting in the way, thinking it was you, because you wanted to go ahead and throw fisticuffs over to Slap. I took you outside, and lo did I realize that it was some disheveled-looking, pale, you know the type of guy that you'd probably see on To Catch a Predator? Kind of like that.
Yeah, you remember what I told you about your boy?
My boy.
Neely.
Remember
Yes.
I told you? Remember I told you?
That wasn't Neely, though.
I'm not saying it was. This is how it starts, my dude.
We need to come up with a way to make sure that we know each other.
This whole time that you guys are talking, Slappy's just like literally like eyeballing Warren like up and down. Like he knows that it wasn't him who talked shit, but there's still that like kind of like rage that's like pit up in his stomach from his words. That even though, you know, it didn't come from Warren, but they did still sting a bit. So John, he's sipping at that shot glass, taking in the flavors, if you will.
Slappy, you'll see Ramsey, like he's staring at you for a bit. He kind of does this squinting thing before he looks back to Sully. A sign of recognition. That's what we need. It's what we use in the Sabbat to identify one
Whoa.
from another. You
Not
want a
too
way
loud.
to find someone. Tell if it's us. It's not going to be by looking at us or talking to us.
Can we come up with a safe word? Like banana? Is that fine? I don't want to get too deep into it. How about Come quad.
Cheap word's too easy to extract.
Here's what we do. And it's real simple. You grab onto your earlobe, pull on it 3 times, and you say pigeon stew. If you don't do that, you a motherfucker who's getting punched in the mouth.
Well, I mean, I do like the idea, Slap. I'm gonna go with that. He'll put his hand like on Slap's shoulder for a moment. He'll be like, "You've been a little wound up. I get it. We're also on the clock. Ramsey, this cloud gate, right? That's what you were looking for. We have to fix this thing up with your Italian friend.
Yes,
That one's sort of more impressive.
it is. Very much more. Whatever mall rats rot glot onto, they're not gonna. I'd be willing to bet that's their usual spot. They're not gonna leave there. So Millennium Park is what I want to resolve tonight.
Okay. What's your plan for that? And he'll lean back in his chair. He'll adjust his glasses, taking a look at him, almost discerning to see whether or not Ramsey's got something to bring up to the table.
The same plan we had the first time, only we actually do it. Punch into that bean and take what's in there. Unless Slappy has another idea. You're the only one that actually went up to it.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. That shit is a bit traumatizing. We can try it. I mean, I'm down, right? But I don't know if y'all forgot last time, but yeah, no, I left with a chunk of me missing. So if we do this, we gotta do it quick, like in and out.
Hey, Slap. What's it made of? The big thing, the beam. Like I know metal, but like
it's like solid steel. I think. I don't know. I'm not like a what? I don't know who studies metals, but it ain't me. It's thick.
Normally, you guys are used to being alone up here, and it's not to say that you're not. That's why it's easy to note that of the other 3 tables that are open, this gentleman comes walking by them, doesn't take a booth, but he does sit at the bar. 2 things. When he gets to the bar, there's a bit of camaraderie. A very polite, how do you do? Welcome back, sir. What can you get? He's, sir, receive that. Not for me. For them, but not me. And you'll hear him order a drink and order some food. And he sits there for a moment and takes him 2 or 3 seconds to look over to you guys, and he'll stand there. Like he remembered that, there is somebody in the booths up here. And he just didn't pay attention enough. And stands upright, adjusts himself, and just waits at the counter. Like his smile falls off like it didn't exist.
Anyone know that guy?
I mean, seems like he knows us.
Fuck if I know.
Bob, is there a role I could make to know who this guy is? Perhaps with my politics of 2?
What I'm going to say is because you're a politics of 2 and you work at the Blue Velvet, you have a clear-cut idea of what's going on here. This guy, it's definitely immortal. Definitely. He ordered food. He ordered a drink that's very normal up here. And it's how it happened. You've seen this from afar, maybe even overheard it once or twice. The folks who serve, you are not the only vampires in existence. So let's try to imagine it. I think a lot of players do that by mistake.
Mm-hmm.
You're the only center of the world. You're not. What must it be like for the mortals that serve the stronger vampires or other vampires? Well, they can't go around being assholes, right? Because it falls back on their master. So this must be one, but you know that. You just don't know for who he's here for. However, you're the only ones up here. That could be another hurdle for him. But either way, he's not working for anybody to make friends by walking around saying, "Hi, are you the vampires I see?" So it's clear he's here for something. You just don't know what. Is it you? We don't know. That's why I'm pointing out him standing there. And the posture difference is what I want to hammer home for you, Slappy. Him going from, "Hey, what's up?" I'm just relaxing, having a moment, getting some food. You get this much. It is entirely possible that there's a whole network of ghouls in this city. And a lot of them come through vampire clubs like this. Maybe even work shifts here, but when they're not on shift, they come here for break. Right? Because they know, okay, there are no vampires here at least. because there's nobody here at the tables. But the bartender must have did him a disservice by not pointing out your table, and he caught it real quick, which is like for a brief moment, the mask slipped. He went from being servant to just a normal guy to up on the clock, right? That's what happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. He has to maintain a certain posture, like in the presence of vampires. Like, I get you. Yeah, Slappy will just kind of chuckle and like, he'll bring his voice down to like more of a whisper and be like, "Ghouls, am I right?"
Why are you whispering?
Oh,
Because I'm not a fucking asshole and I don't want him to hear me. Is that is a social norm?
Always invite him to the table and see what he's about.
I mean, I don't know. If you about that, I'm always down, but most of the time they're pretty stingy, Like they have their masters that they serve.
Well, I don't mean throw the man into the trunk. I mean see what he's about.
I mean, shit, yeah. Invite him over. Let's is everybody in agreement? I'll go invite him to our table. Let's make some room. Slappy's already like standing up, like trying to scoot past.
Sully isn't moving. Sully's got a smirk on his face, but he's not moving from his spot.
Ramsey will lean over to Warren. We already have blood. Why are you inviting him over?
Rod makes room.
See what he's about.
Oh, you weren't lying to them. All right.
No.
I mean, and like before Slappy heads over, he's like, I have a feeling I know what he's about, and it's servant his master, but we can still try. And then Slappy will head over to introduce himself.
So how does that work? Does Slappy just walk over and say, "Hey, I'm Slappy. You're happy to know me. I know." Like I don't.
Yeah, I know. Slappy will like walk over and just like shoulders like kind of like shrugged, and he'll like put his hand out and be like, "Hey man, noticed you just hanging out over here. Me and my buds got some room at our table. Didn't know if you wanted to chit chat."
So, excuse me, getting to know what he's about, I understand. That's what I heard. What are we really trying to do here, Bernogle? Like, of this encounter, what is Slappy's intention from this guy?
My intention, so Slappy's like underlying goal behind all of this is he wants to figure out who this guy serves.
It's very pointed. What method would he stoop to? Like, are we just trying to charm our way in?
Yeah, maybe charm our way in would be a good way. Maybe even try and get him into like a comfortable position, right? So that he slips. So maybe a bit of subterfuge involved in that.
For him to slip. I'm here to get all the details. I enjoy this. We're going to do this one roll conflict here is what I think is going to be a good resolution here for that. But I like what we're doing here. And there's a couple methods, and I'll give you the option. There's one where you're just going to talk to him right here and try to get him to open up. Or you're going to wait till you get to the table, maybe get him some food, maybe get him a drink. How do you want to do this?
No, I definitely, I said I was going to try to get him over to the table. I'd almost insist like, hey, come join us, and like talking to the bartender, like, hey, one more of whatever he's drinking over there, that table. Like,
well, at the beginning I mentioned you already ordered something, right? And they had drink coming as well. And that's something that somebody was doing. But what we're trying to do is to definitely get the outcome you're seeking without allowing, you, the player, to kind of bumper off this, right? You have a clear intent with Slappy. Bernogle's not Slappy. So we got to make sure that we have this accurate and down no matter how it turns out. And so what we're trying to do is paint how the opener goes, right? Your first remarks and how you address this person are everything where that goes in, but it's based on your approach. From this context, you're just trying to charm your way into doing it. But you are hitting this guy kind of left field as well. So
right.
You might say that this is simply not done in his neck of the woods. I highly doubt anybody's ever approached them with, "Hey man, looks like you had a hard one. Come sit down and know what the other life lives." He's well aware how the other life lives.
Right.
But for you, this is going to be charisma. I'm going to say etiquette. You're trying to get him to relax, to open up, to understand where he's at. Everything's okay. And that's a function of that, to get him to do that. That's where we're starting. Is there anything you want to add to it? Maybe a willpower for extra dice. Maybe you don't need to.
Well, I do not have etiquette, so I would like to spend a willpower. Yes, I would like to spend a willpower for the extra dice.
You certainly can. Anything else?
I know it doesn't say that it applies, but could presence apply here?
It certainly can. That's
Okay.
what's odd do, and I would take a gander at that.
Mm-hmm.
Getting off the dry here, and so it's okay if you take a quick moment to look at that and make sure that it does apply for you.
Oh yeah, in any test involving charisma. Gotcha. Yeah. What's the diff?
So the diff you're rolling on here is going to be it's going to be 2, but because you don't have the etiquette required, although you're kind of forcing the square through the round peg here, we're going to say it's only -1 success.
Gotcha.
So it's not dice; it's success. And do remember your hunger.
My hunger is currently sated.
Right, but there's a remember your hunger dice.
If I have a hunger 0, do I still add hunger dice in?
If you're at a hunger 0 still, then no, you don't have to worry about it. But remember, you didn't kill anybody when you fed; you just fed, so that would be at a 1.
Oh, my bad. Understood. Let me re-roll that.
To me, I'm actually let's not worry about the reroll too much.
Oh.
You already did it, so we'll worry about it then. I couldn't beat you to the punches. Look at that. It's like I'll take it. What it is that when you talk to this guy and you tell him, "Hey, come over to the table," this is what you're doing a lot of. And anyone who's been in the club has seen it. You try to ask him about, "Hey, man, what brings you in? You know, what you up here by your son? You don't got any friends? You come sit with us?" And he goes, "No, sir, I'm quite good. I'm quite good, sir. I'm very fine being where I am." And then as you push the issue, you go, "Sir, I'm aware of who Slappy is and the performance, and you're up here. I'm aware of what that means. I don't need to go. I'm perfectly fine, sir. You're okay where." And then you're like, "Look, man, I don't want to break your balls. We feel kind of lonely. We feel a little off, a little nervous that you're over here." And you switch it. You make him feel like him standing over here and not sitting by you guys is sort of making it awkward. And so he, understanding that it might be a matter of trust, of course, very well, sir. I will head over there. And there's a chair that gets brought out for him. Bartender, ever aware, we'll bring it out for him to sit at. And when he sits, you'll overhear the bartender tell him best of luck, and he'll walk off as that guy sits there. However, moments later, maybe 30 seconds of awkward silence. Right, there's all of you staring at him. Why not? Because what the hell would you say? And the drink gets brought over with the food, and you guys just watch that guy bring it. It's one of those movie scenes where you hear the footsteps walking across the floor. You know they're holding the tray of food. And they're like, "Hey, everybody, how's it going? You gonna get everybody else anything? Are you good? Are we good?" And he just nods, "Very good, thank you." And everyone's walking off. But this guy is eating a porterhouse steak with a baked potato, and then there's like some sautéed mushrooms, which to you guys might as well be a charred, repulsive, maggot-ridden food. That's how repulsive this is. It would be the equivalent of you all deciding that you're going to eat your favorite meal, but you're going to eat your favorite meal with the pigs right next to their slop.
Mhm.
That's what this is like. You wouldn't do that. And him eating food here is, well, pretty much certain you guys got the cue for that. But it seems like he's aware of it. He doesn't touch the silverware that's right there. He doesn't touch the drink, but then glancing at Slappy, who is established that this might be an issue, he'll quickly at least sip his bourbon, and he'll put the glass back down. And I'm just delivering a message for to a Mr. Sullivan. That's and the bartender will tell me who he is, and I will get that going, and then I'll get to go. And
I'll
that
I'll point at Sully.
Yeah, Slappy will let out like a boisterous laugh and be like, well, luck be a lady tonight, my friend, because you got Sully right here. I knew there was something about you, my friend. I had to have you come over here.
he'll be like, "Yes, sir. Of course, sir." He'll stand up and wait. You'll watch as his right hand goes behind his small of his back. He stands there waiting, and for something, Sullivan, you're not even entirely certain how this works.
Yeah, he'll look at him and he'll be like, "Please sit down. Listen, why don't you go ahead and have that steak and tell me how it tastes like? It's been a while since I've experienced it myself. Maybe I could live vicariously through you." Anyway,
There's a moment of panic. Give me a. I'm going to help you out. Go ahead and it's nothing that you did wrong. I want to point this out. But what you have done is a bit unprecedented in his neck of the woods and where it's how it's supposed to work out. Yes, you do have that. Take that into consideration. Oh, you have it completely. I won't even make you roll for this. Where this guy's from, the help does not mingle. You don't. He's meant to be seen and not heard. You can tell by his stance. Him standing upright means this guy's been properly butler trained. You know this. There are butler businesses, and they're designed to build people who anticipate the needs of the people they serve, and he's such a guy. They have a nickname. What is that, an Argot? And you remember, oh yeah, Ventru, well, Circles of he's a toady. That's what he is. Whoever he is and who he serves, that's what it's about. And to him, it's all about what he's supposed to do. So when you tell him to sit down and he does, and you tell him to enjoy the steak and to tell you how it is, he'll sit down and he starts slicing the steak, but only one piece. Definitely no bigger than his mouth can handle, right? It's not a garish chewing. But you'll watch him as he grabs a bit of pepper and he'll dab it on the side of the plate. And you'll literally hear him as this slice is nature to taste. And he'll just chew it in the raw. He'll swallow it, and he'll this animal was cooked to I won't say perfection, as I often know that can't happen, but it's succulent. It's I would say the animal's a little bit lazy, possibly raised too much. The cattle yard it comes from must be the same cattle yard from Gold Ranch that they have in the city, the same one that Legacy is in the founding. You could see him struggling to remember the history of Chicago and their slaughter yards and trying to pinpoint where it must come from, believing you have to know this info and this is a test. And he's trying to get it, and you'll just see him stop. I failed to remember what slaughterhouse it's from, but I assure you that the char on it is perfect. The temperature is adequate. The flavoring is they use butter to sear, and that trapped in the garlic flavor essence. And then he realizes he said garlic, and you'll see him slowly rotate his eyes up to see if anybody had a reaction to it.
That's a lot to say. It's good.
he's like, "Oh, let the man enjoy that." He'll also raise his hand to kind of pause the ghoul before he takes a look over at Ramsey. He's like, "And this is why you appreciate a fine meal." He's like, "That's why." And he'll hold up his small like shot glass and just kind of hold it against the light, looking towards Ramsey. Is one of the few things you could actually enjoy. Even the memory of it is everything. It's a waste if you just shove food in your mouth like a pig. And you look over at the ghoul. He's like, "Thank you, I appreciate it." You said you had a message, yes?
Yes, of course. He'll stand up again, like but appropriately, 10 and 2 for the plate and fork, napkin folded gingerly, as he'll quickly do this to stand up. However, you'll realize the horror on his face that there was nothing to wash his hands at tableside for, and he certainly can't leave the bathroom. You will watch him reach in the inside of his jacket pocket to pull out 2 thin white gloves and begin putting them on.
He'll continue to watch. He's like, continue.
All he does is he pulls out a letter. It's unmarked, and he hands it to you. However, the letter, though it is white, You could tell it's embroidered with a gold seal that's on it, and it's a little odd to you. The gold seal in and of itself, and you'll kind of blanch to realize that's real gold. It's real gold. You've seen it before. You know how it glints. You know how it feels. But who the hell would waste gold on a seal of an envelope? And it's almost like you don't have to open it to know who would. And then, given how this guy's operating and how he's going about his business, it's up to you. It's like he knows and you know on seeing the letter at the wait, and I underline wait as he hands it to you. And he's just waiting for you to take it from him. And you can tell by how he's sweating off the forehead. There's a hope that you didn't ask him to tell you what it's about, because clearly the seal's unbroken. He has no idea. But you know that a good toady would have to anticipate what the message must be.
Right.
And it's a matter of etiquette. You have it. If you wanted to be adventure, no less. If you wanted to be an asshole and embarrass his master, it would be now. His failure to tell you what the letter might be about would reflect poorly on the person who sent him.
He'll extend to pick up, rather to take the letter, and he'll just simply look at he'll simply take a look into the ghoul's eyes for a moment, almost in a matter of understanding. But in that same token, he will say nothing, just outside of just having that understanding that he knows that he should also know, but not make it public. He'll simply take the letter, and he'll to distract them, he'll be like, Slappy, you had a couple of things to mention to this guy, didn't you? And he'll use that as a distraction so he could read the letter in peace, while using his coterie mates to kind of create some sort of conversation and calm this gentleman.
All it is that when you open it up, is that a bus pass for a week and a $20 bill will slide towards you. And you note that on the back of the paper, right, it's written right there. All it says, and it's like a doctor wrote it. It takes you a couple times to look to see exactly what it is. And it says, Sullivan, I demand my update. This is taking forever. And that's it. It doesn't say yours truly, doesn't say who it's from, but the bus pass and the 20 is an interesting touch as it slides to you. There are many ways one can interpret it. The question is how do you? That would be because you have it. We're going to go ahead and roll etiquette again. But this time we're going to use intelligence. You're trying to piece together what could be the message they're trying to convey with this, other than give me my update.
Right. 401. Oops. One success.
You're not quite certain what that is, but if one thing, you know that you have one task sent by someone who might use a ghoul this ostentatious, or at least this appropriate. And Goldflex seals a hint. You're more or less in the ballpark that if it's not Ballard, it's somebody in the Clan Venture nonetheless. But the fact they give you a bus pass and a 20, you're not quite certain what that means. Is that his idea of giving you maybe, just in case you had to take a ride or you couldn't afford it? You're not real certain. It's like what you might, he knows you have a car, but maybe that's part of it, right? To insult you by not giving you what you need, it's a little confusing.
He'll attempt to retain his composure at the slight, and he'll clear his throat and look to the ghoul. Tell your master I send my thanks, and I will have a message for them before the end of this evening.
Certainly, sir. He'll look to you, Slappy, after that's said, and
Slappy's just gonna like shake his head and like maintain like the couple seconds of silence and be like, "Man, what you waiting for? You're excused."
he'll grab his plate, which seems to be a focus for him, as he'll take that expertly and his drink, and he'll go back over to the bar, where apparently he'll resume his break, because why waste a good meal? As he'll be there. And I would say that is probably Sullivan everything to him. You didn't tell him he couldn't finish his meal. You said as you get back. And so he's taking his due. But again, it's kind of his mistake. It's a very human mistake. This guy would have been smarter to take that out of sight so that he knows he's working on what you want promptly. But the fact is he isn't. you could make it an issue. It depends on how much of a jerk your character wants to be or appear.
Taking a quick look at my sheet. He'll take a look over between the letter and the man who's taking a meal, and he'll simply take a look at the coterie, and his demeanor just changes ever so slightly as he still continues to have his eyes on the gold plated seal. We've got to update the big man. We have to take care of that tonight, if at all.
Good. We can do that after the park.
Certainly won't matter if we're dead, now will it?
All right, guys, hear me out here. All right. I don't know how strong y'all are, but we could try giving the Italians the whole bean. Right? It's a big bean, but I mean, if we can get it out of the park. No, I can tell by the way you guys have responded. That was a stupid idea. So I'm gonna just shut up for now.
Look, man, it's a better chance that I can take a piece of rebar and put it through that thing than that we can drag it away.
We can't do that. All right. He'll clear his throat. Let's be real about this for a second. We can't move the Cloud Gate. It's a piece of world sculpture. Tourists go there every day. The fact it goes missing is going to be an issue. And the fact that some fucking Italian guys telling us what to do about this, and I know that I got to save you, Ramsey, about the situation, but we're not getting bullied over that shit, and there's no possible fucking way that we're going to be able to move a bean. Let's think about this. All right? Does anyone know anyone that knows anything regarding pushing things through a beam? It seems like there might be something magical. I'm not too sure. I don't keep ties with too many people, but maybe someone knows someone from another.
It's a cult.
I've got it at 1.
A 1 dot.
As do I.
So, well, I think we all can confirm across characters here that, it's not my thing. Like, there are ghosts and whatnot and shit like that, but I'm not, I don't know, who can David Copperfield something through a beam? That's as much as we are. Let's keep one foot in reality here. Slappy, you were there. It was pushed in. You did it.
So check this out, fellas. A tornado will put a straw through a tree trunk. Right?
Okay.
That means if you want to get into the beam, all you got to do is move something big enough, fast enough.
Well, okay, hear me out, guys. I mean, I've been traumatized by the whole experience, but I am the only one here who has successfully graduated from the pigeonomics class and pushed a pigeon through the bean. I don't know if it's restricted just to pigeons, but if I can push one of you guys into the bean, I don't know how you're getting out, but that's step 1, right?
All right. I know I had to ask for this, but now I do. With the exception of Sullivan, who doesn't have it, those with a cult can roll their wits.
Oh, thank God.
Wits occult, I think, is what this is going to take.
This close to make.
This is here.
Stand by, Mike.
It's difficult about.
Diff, we're going to put it 2.
Oh, I did not make it.
Stand by. It's flipping out on me. Okay.
Can I spend some willpower to clench real hard for this knowledge?
You can succeed at a cost.
Oh, well, I haven't wrote it yet. There we go.
No, what I'm saying is that you don't have to roll to do that. You know how when you roll and if you miss it, you can succeed at a cost? You can do that off the bat. Right? I can give it to you, or this is something that you're not versed in, but I think this is definitely I don't want to leave it up to dice. What is it we're missing? Sort of affair.
You know what? I'm going to be honest here. I don't think that Warren would clinch real hard. I don't know. I feel that Rebar would definitely get the job done. We're against that. So I'm not gonna secede to the cause.
Well, since I failed, I didn't get the 2 successes. And this
I got
is
2.
Okay.
okay.
So is Rock the only one? Slappy, did you roll?
I don't have a Colt.
Yeah, good deal. So it's Sullivan and Slappy. Realistic city boys. All right. What you get out of this, Rod, is you don't know what the hell. Why are we trying to get into a bean? It's an art sculpture. You could look up online and see what it was constructed out of. The whole nine. It isn't a group of mystics that did it. It was an architect, and you think it was New Delhi they're from? Like, it's a state-of-the-art architect guy who does well for himself. That's who we put there, contracted by the city. I mean, it's online. It's you could read. Do you think it's the sculpture that's magical? Do you think some cult put it there? Or do you think that you guys somehow in the right night aligned that Slappy's linked to some other world that can only be reflected through touching the bean through a pigeon? You're a guy of reason. You can see a lot here. And you're trying to assess what it is that we think is here and going on. And you don't know why some random Hikata whatever said you got to do whatever the hell that he wants them to do. But he hasn't even made sense about it. You've been in the bean. They've been out there. What happened there? You almost got killed by a freaking werewolf. Like, what's the real story here? Was the story you guys messing with the bean? Or were you really subtly sent there to handle a werewolf problem? Or was it something else? And that's the obvious that's in front of you, and that's things that you all have already stated.
Listen, I don't think the solution is Temple of Doom into the bean and get something magical out of it. Okay? We got there and our asses were handed to us. So were we actually told to go mess with some architect's dream or piss in someone's yard? What seems more realistic here?
Well, if the goal was to piss in someone's yard, then old Slappy got the better on him.
Rot, I would. Were someone coming to me with this, I would see what you're. I'd agree with you. I had a corpse in the morgue stand up after it was autopsied and talk with me that this guy, the Giovanni, facilitated. Now, he has asked us, to get something out of that bean to cover up in exchange for covering up a masquerade breach that happened at that laundromat.
Why can't we just ask him what's inside the bean so we can just get it? Hell, I'll even fabricate it. You know how many Chinese knockoff locations? We can go to Chinatown right now and just cover it. I just need to know what we have to get.
Fellas,
More.
Rebar. Get you a nice, strong piece of metal, right? If an architect made it, an architect can fix it. And a hole in the bean is not a masquerade breach like a severed head is. Just saying.
Warren's right.
I'm assuming that's in character, Rot. I just want to make sure I got that.
Yeah. Listen, we got to do something about this bean. So probably going to get our asses handed to us again. Slappy, I know that you did something with that. And just do that again, and let's get the hell out of it.
All right, fine, but I'm going to need a pigeon. And Slappy's going to start getting out of the booth.
Let's do that. How about this? We'll give this thing the good old college try, see whether or not it works in terms of Slappy actually being able to push it in like a boss. And if he is, that works, cool. We're done with that. If it doesn't, we got to go ahead and take care of Ballard's request. Can we agree to that?
So no rebar?
No rebar.
I mean, I'd bring the rebar just in case, but
Not to be used on the bean.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Listen, I'm down and I've seen a lot of crazy shit happen. I've got enough money in most cases to go ahead and supply a cover story. And when you got money, money protects you. But I can't protect this piece of art being fucked up. And then we leave it there. And at one point or another, God forbid, some other vampire, some other kindred of stature decided that piece was also belonging to them. And oh, go me. I'm the one that just ruined it for them. That's another shit show I don't want to have to deal with. So let's go. We'll take a look at the bean.
But do you plan on announcing you're going to put out an all points bulletin? We put a hole in the bean, everyone.
There's cameras everywhere. You know better than that.
Come on.
The public structure. Come on. Let's go. We'll talk about it along the way. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here all night.
All right.
Sullivan will he'll stand up. He'll adjust his suit jacket. He'll put the letter away. And he'll look over at Ramsey and he'll just hand him over the bus pass and the $20. He's like, you might need that one day. And he'll proceed towards the ghoul, and he'll simply lean down and whisper, I'd finish up in the next 10 minutes and get over to him. I'm pretty sure your employer doesn't exactly have the same type of kindness I do. But good luck to you.
So when you get over there, you haven't been really keeping track of the course of conversation. That steak's half done. This guy's been plowing through it. And where before, you had him putting a little pepper on his side and whatever, when you get up there, it's all business. Right? He's just been going at it, knowing he was going to get kicked out sooner or later like a rabid dog. Except he had the pros. As you're sitting there, he's just chewing. No time wasted talking, as he knows one day he's chased off the meal. You chase him off the meal, he pays his money and leaves a generous tip and heads for the door after dabbing his chin, puts the napkin down, slightly nods, and heads out.
Yeah, Sully's going to head over to his vehicle and prepare for the trip.
All right. Everybody else, as Sullivan has.
Yeah, I was going to take the bus pass and money anyway, so that just saves me the trouble. But Ramsey will follow out whoever he rode with. I assume Warren.
I'll go get my fucking rebar.
Yeah, there we go. That's why I ride with him.
So, Warren's going to run their construction. You're going to go to like old Menards and pay for it. Like, would we?
It depends. If Ace Hardware is open, I'll just go there and buy me a nice, just something sturdy. If not, I'll appropriate.
I won't contest it, right? Whether you do that or you go around looking for an available piece of rebar in the city, I imagine you can find one, sir. As you got your rebar.
Slappy will ride with Sully, but he's gonna ask if they could stop by like a Target or a Walmart or something real quick. Just like I want to grab some birdseed or something. It wasn't too easy to grab the pigeon last time, so
I'm riding with Slappy.
Sully just has this stripped look on his face as he just kind of presses onto his temples. He's like, right. Go get the birdseed. We got to do what we got to do. Don't get pissed on. That's number one. And number two, we're in, we're out. You give it a college try. We're not there to go ahead and mess anything up. I'm not exactly sure about these other guys. And he'll kind of motion off in the general direction of where Ramsey and Warren had driven. He's like, well, we do things different in the Camarilla. I can't have any type of shithouse, ragamuffin type of crazy shit happen. All right? You understand that?
Hey, Sully, let me tell you, man, I've been with you 110%. I could give less than two shits about this bean thing, but I know that we got to solve it so that we can fucking get them on board with what really matters, which is this whole Ballard thing, which is going to help both of us and them in the long run.
He'll have a sigh of relief, very unnecessary. He's like, that's a ticket. All right, let's go to this Walmart.
Here. You're going to the Walmart. No problem. What are we getting at the Walmart? I mean, really, it's just a matter of how you want to treat that, sir.
I mean, honestly, I don't even really need birdseed. I'd probably buy like a bag of puff popcorn or whatever and just fucking leave.
Okay, not actual birdseed. You got what you're looking for, whether it's puff, popcorn, cereal, whatever it is. You got what it takes. We believe in you.
Warren, just a small note. It might be a little distracting when you're driving to Ace Hardware. Ramsey's sitting in the back seat. You know he has that like suit hanger thing where you can like zip up a suit in. He's changing in the back as he's just taking that off and putting on his tank top and his like jeans and that big trench coat that I guess does have the dried blood on it because the picture has it.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, you know, when Warren comes out of Ace Hardware, you see him go to the trunk and pull out the nefarious activities outfit with the black hoodie and the black Air Force Ones.
Yeah.
There's nothing to it, right? Leaves the turtleneck on. Clearly, we're doing dirt tonight. All right. And back into the front seat of the car like it's nothing.
I love the night and dark difference between this car and the other car.
I think it's glorious.
We have a spectrum of skill sets and backgrounds that we can all leverage together.
That we do.
I don't know about together, but we're sure gonna try.
Well, what I could say is that you guys have a interesting starting point that you could address. They do have a cycle center for you guys to just ride up to if that's what you wanted to do. But remember, we described this before. It's like a parking garage, not parking on the place that you're trying to get to. Fairly easy to get to. No one's trying to stop anybody from getting here. It's safe to say this much. This place is hopping because they have an ice skating rink that's on the outside. And definitely in use being this time of year because that's where we're at, right? What I would say is changing of the seasons, things being what they are, you guys probably don't ever really. That's my fault as a storyteller. I really do apologize, guys. I didn't even address that in any session I could think of. So, as far as you guys are concerned, we started near summer-esque and slowly came over the course of the game, right? Is how it went. I didn't get into the seasons because honestly, it's car travel. And if you're somebody who's not out enjoying the sun or going swimming or the festivities in that caliber, it's very easy in a city game to ignore that sort of setting. But for the nuance of it, we are in winter. We are in that after effect. But the difference is it's not wind scale blowing, freezing cold that Chicago's known for. It's global warming. Would you care? Doesn't really matter. And you're also kindred. You're not out in the element for longer than you need to be usually. And that's the best of times. So being out here in Millennium Park now, what I want to address is the fact that it's a different feel. If you remember before when you were here, you did see the basic makings of a Christmas tree where that would go. I remember describing it, but it wasn't there. The bean was all to stay and whatnot. And they hadn't erected that huge-ass structure anyway, but they were in the process of building something that takes weeks to put up, weeks to take down. And this is in the aftermath of it. However, this skating rink that I put up there, if you look at the map, it's a mainstay. And what I mean by that is you could tell that there's a system the city operates to. First off is the J. Pritzker Pavilion in Great Lawn, as they call it. I wonder how many times the pavilion's had to change its name in the course of whoever gets elected governor, mayor, what have you. And probably revamps everything. There's probably always a new mapping when the new mayor's in town, right? That sort of effect. But Cloudgate stays the same, and it's now called AT&T Plaza. The only reason why you're paying attention is because you're coming up on the ice rink side, and you see that, and the Cloudgate sits behind it. But where before, this is something where it wasn't cold enough, or they didn't dress it up, or this wasn't built. Now you see there are a lot of people out there, even at night. You're out here right now. It's about 10 o'clock for you guys, enjoying your time. There are people out here ice skating. That picture isn't accurate. There isn't a bunch of kids out here with parents and family. It's 10 o'clock at night. It's chilly. It's brusque out here, but there are, whether they're lovers or friends getting together, what have you, this is weird. For a lot of you, even being here for a bit, and Warren, you definitely are from here, so you can get that. Folks talk about going to ice skating rink. You can't ever recall coming out to it. There's never a reason you wanted to. It's like, what the hell I want an ice skating rink for? I want to do that. I'll go watch the Blackhawks game. Right? I'll go to something that warrants, me to be there to do it that's year round. This is nonsense. But seeing this, you almost feel like this is a cool thing for the city to have. There's a sculpture that clearly draws a lot of people from around the world, as we know, to come see and check it out. It still has a draw, even in this time of year, probably especially because you still see the advent of Christmas lights through the park and that they have yet to take down. But here's this rink. There's a stand to get hot chocolate at. There's one to do hot apple cider there too, two different ones. Seemingly getting along. Folks laughing, having a good time. This is not a. You're within sight of the Cloud Gate. Let's put it that way. You're at the rink, and if you want to take a break, you can go send the steps right below the Cloud Gate, steps going up to it.
My intention is to hang back and let Slappy try to do his thing, and we'll try the rebar method if it doesn't work.
I'm going with Slappy. I am invested.
I too will be walking with Slappy, but in the process of doing so, as his coterie mates are next to him, he's literally going to point and go like, and this is why we can't take the fucking bean with us. He's like, there's people around. Although, I have to admit, though, this is a pretty good cover. One, because there's enough people in here that I'm pretty sure no one's going to be attacking Slappy. So, Slappy, you got that on your side.
I'll be using Unseen Passage before we showed up.
That was my assumption. I understand you wouldn't use it in the club for obvious reasons.
Right.
I.e., you could just sneak in and sit down. They know who you are.
Yeah.
So given the change of seasons, would I actually, because before last time we were here, there was pigeons. Are there still pigeons? I'm not super familiar with snow, so I don't know how they interact with it.
So what I could tell you is, this will give you an idea. Snow never completely melts in the city. They have had it, just not now. And so it's cold. Are there pigeons? Of course there are. They're a year-round thing. You can't get away from pigeons. And you have a literal doctorate in pigeonomics, right? You were trained by the best. You know why? These pigeons live off the food in the park. It's part of what's there. People feed them all the damn time, and they must during the day, right? Are they out here on the ground eating what's here? Actually, no. You don't see them in abundance anywhere here right now. Is that a function of anything but nature? No, not really. It's let me not stumble through it. You know the bridge that they're under across the park, and you know why they're there. They're the heat, right? They're gathered together. It's where they would sleep. It's where the heat's at. They'd probably come out to scavenge during the day, get what they can, and come back over. Can you find an odd pigeon or two that's out for a late night snack, knowing the rink is the hot spot? Possibly. If you want to look around for a pigeon to try to get it going, but something in your head tells you getting one pigeon is going to be a problem. Because thinking about it, you walked up on a group of sleeping pigeons. That's what you rolled up to do, and you bruhat them. Unnatural vampiric agility and movement. You were able to snatch me a pigeon back.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm gonna try this pigeon less. I don't know if what I was taught applies only to pigeons, right? Or if I could get others in the bean. So
I see you smiling and giggling like there must be a trick here, and I don't know what Bernogle wants to happen. How about let me in? You've been mischievously smiling about coming here to do something to this bean for a hot minute. What do you think Slappy's going to have happen coming to this bean? What is he wanting to do?
At this point, I just kind of want to prove. From Slappy's perspective, this is almost like what the fuck are we doing here? I almost died before, here. So, at this point, he's trying to get in, get out. So, and he's almost positive that his shit's not going to work. What was that? He can't explain it. So his idea is he's going to try and push one of them into it, just slam them against the bean and be like, well, that didn't work. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Now, you were almost killed here. And
yeah.
So it's Slappy for everybody else. He's all business by what he said. He's not slowing down. You guys make your comments. He's ascending the steps. He's heading right over to it. No one really cares. You're a group of guys out to enjoy, apparently the bean, and you really like it. And he's heading on over. For Slappy, I'm going to need you to resolve composure. And that's because, you did almost die here. You are aware of what stalks around here and the fact that it happened instantly. It's like a bad nightmare. That trauma doesn't just disappear because, you don't see the guy. It's you're here, and it was a catalyst to him being here.
Would this wouldn't my Bruja flaw wouldn't apply here, right? This is
Not at all. That's a
okay.
that's a thing of temper more than anything else, or passion. But this is neither.
Difficulty 6?
No, it's not 6. That'd be terrible for you right now. 2.
2?
Yep.
I think that was some V20 leaking in.
Yeah.
So for everyone, this guy is he's ironclad. It's impossible for him not to shake out what's here, but it's pretty impressive to see that he's able to just ignore it. He does flinch to even be near the beam. And as he gets on the inside, realizing there's nobody in here, that makes it worse. It's just you guys walking in because nobody feels the need to walk up to the bean at night to do anything. For one, what are you going to do? Take a photo of it? You can do that from a distance. It looks better at a distance. Maybe somebody wants to go up there and put their face to it, and who knows? But that might be a bad reflection, giving that light flash and whatnot. Selfies probably suck right now with the way it's built. You're not certain, but you do know most of the people are focused on the ring anyway. But slapping, you guys do get up to the bean. Okay. Now, I didn't tell you, Slappy, why you rolled is because that musk, because you were covered in it, it's definitely here. It's like it didn't fade at all.
Slappy's just gonna kind of recoil at the smell and then look at Ramsey and be like, "Come here, spread out your arms."
I'll do it.
And yeah, Slappy's gonna grab on to his shoulders, almost like putting his fingers on his armpits, like he was out spreading a pigeon's wings.
Right.
And he's just gonna say, "I need you to think like a pigeon," and then he's gonna go about the motions, and then even following through with what Dr. Pigeonomics said, he's gonna Hadouken and try and shove him just directly into the fucking bean.
I'm going to resolve composure, Ramsey, as your back hits the bean. This is why. You're a harmonist.
Uh-huh.
You're willingly allowing him to lower you on the food pole. No, even in jest. This is almost worse. It's in mockery of who you are. And this dude's slamming you into a solid structure that doesn't even ding hollowly because it's not hollow, right? What I mean by that is it's solid steel. You know that when your back hits it now. It's glossed over with some sort of technique, but maybe that's why the architect is the architect, right? That's it's technique he knew to do to make it what it is. But when you hit it and it gets there, you're a different way about it. Until Slappy.
That is one success.
Yeah, I have a newfound appreciation for what goes on here. Provided you get a choice, you can try to control it here, and you can give me a willpower fight to ride that frenzy out, and tell me where you're directing it to. But it is a frenzy.
Yep.
For that reason, it's because it all comes to the surface. You're allowing a camera lagoon who's barely above he's a college boy rushing some fraternity. This is what he's doing. To him, this doesn't mean anything. He wasn't there when you would have slammed the lid on the head of a guy to decapitate him and have it drop in, because that's what it takes to make sure that they didn't know a vampire was there. To have this group turn around and dangle over you your life for cleaning up the masquerade, to have to deal with some creepy-ass necromancer who is able to have a body, the dead, speak to you to give a commandment, I don't think it's ringing home. And I think he's now officially mocking you.
Yeah,
is what it is when he throws you up against it. That's what causes the frenzy. It is a floodgate. It's you releasing it and letting it go to either land on him to make him the example of all things can, or you're going to fight to make it something else.
I will spend that willpower, and I will direct it at the bean.
It's not a willpower auto. It's a willpower for 2 dice. Add 2.
Okay.
3 to control this.
I got you. So that is my resolve composure again, but with 2 extra dice.
You're just no.
I'm sorry.
So you got 1, right? With that resolve composure, you can get 2 if the dice let you.
Okay, I'm following now. I'm not slow on the up, and that's fucking 3.
There you go. Where is it directed to? Doesn't mean you don't frenzy.
Right.
It just means you're directing it now.
I'm directing it at the bean.
Okay. Well, we'll never understand this. I mean, it's hard to do. But when he hits his back hits and he flips around and starts attacking it, he's punching, he's kicking it, he's yelling at it, snarling, teeth distended, making quite a noise at it. It's loud enough to where because there's kind of an echo effect being under this, structurally speaking. And there are people who are looking up and looking over. It's hard to say how many, but there is a crowd that was nearby. Not saying they're all coming to see the crazy guy beat up the bean, but there is a crazy guy snarling and beating up the bean. What's everybody else doing?
Well, seems like that didn't work and it's now or never. So I'm gonna blitz this here bean with my piece of rebar right next to my buddy Ramsey and hope to take advantage of the moment as far as timing. If it doesn't work, I can discard my metal and pretend like nothing happened.
Sure. Roll your strength melee.
Do I need to do rouses or anything of the sort for my boosty stuff?
What does that mean?
Okay. Well, I was thinking I would use my fleetness because it's short distance anyway. Yeah. And I don't have anything else that'll be relevant in this moment.
So let's pretend that you're a player and you've done this before, right? Storyteller in another game. Let's figure out if you're going to be activating things. How about you let us in on that, champ? Okay. So I know fleetness is one. Are you going to raw natural do this? Or are you going to pay attention that there's other things you have, or is this just?
Well, so this is
in the flash.
I need a little clarity on how potence works, right? Because I know in V20 it automatically adds to my strength. In V5, I don't know what I have to do to take advantage of the fact that I have potence. But neither.
If you remember, I said it's going to be educational, right? Mm-hmm. I don't fall on the laurels of my players to allow me to tell them what their power does. That is a function of you knowing what you have, and we take a moment to allow you to do that. And it's no problem in doing that because eventually you won't have to do that check. You'll know how it works. You know when to use it. I am for the nuance, or if you don't understand that ruling, right, of what it is, or you want it to be different because of a creative interpretation you want to try.
So I have prowess, right? I have the second level, but my understanding is that only works against people.
Okay, so right. Help me out. You're using a piece of rebar to hit something. Why wouldn't this work here?
In my opinion, it would, but I don't want to go out of bounds.
Okay, if you read for clarification. Right, because I think you read through that. If you slow down and look under system for prowess, it'll tell you the answer.
Oh, well, hell. Where is it? No, I can't find it. I feel like a dummy.
You're not a dummy. What it is there's speed reading, and you're on camera. And that adds its own element, right?
Yeah.
Let me do this, because I'm a guy who's prepared. So, you're not incorrect for what you have, and I am judging you a little bit. Okay, let me highlight the part for it's faster for you to get here. Boom. And again, I only recommend this, Mike, because in any game you do as an ST, one of the things that can happen is players get lazy, and everybody does sit back and rely on the ST to give them all info. It's an extra step that's not needed because you're perfectly capable of knowing what you took. Looking at the highlighted part, understanding what prowess does, what do you think the answer is?
Yes, I can. I can use it for feats of strength. That is what I would like to do. So I need to rouse twice.
While he does that, because everything's happening simultaneously, Sully's going to try to tackle, or rather, he's going to try to pull Ramsey away from drawing more attention. He hasn't seen what Warren is up to yet, but he knows that he has to get Ramsey away from the structure before more eyes start getting in there.
This is a different process, right? So we forget that in Frenzy, you're going to give it a go. That's going to be your strength brawl. because you are having to defend yourself immediately. Because
Yep.
when walking over there, you're trying to grapple him to where he's not resisting. Unfortunately, to a frenzied vampire, when you pull them off to do anything from what they want to do, you were in the way.
Hmm.
He decides to direct that ferocity at you. So for you, it's strength brawl. It is for you too, Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, anything you're going to activate, anybody's kicking in whatsoever. For that
So-
matter, Slappy or Rot, are you doing anything?
Yeah. I'd like to be looking around and seeing what kind of animals might be observing this, if none are.
So I won't make you do the perception roll then, and maybe it's because you're not visible. Where you're sitting or standing at, I'm assuming it's up by them near the bean where that's at.
Yes.
You do see that there's like 3, I don't know, dogs, maybe? Kind of dogs just watching. I just checking things out that are there. It's a little weird to have dogs out at night. You can't really understand that much. I mean, maybe they're not dogs. Maybe they're like a little wilder, a little bigger than that. Like somebody lost some prized huskies, except they don't look like huskies. They look like maybe someone bred them with a Rottweiler, and some of them even look a little mangy, like there might be oil trapped in the fur. It's weird. It's like these things are a little slimy coated. You know what I mean? Like if you remember, imagine a wet slime applied, like they were going to gel the dog's hair.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That effect, and that's on all of them. Like they're kind of sickly looking. You can't really place it, and they're just kind of standing there. And it's weird to see the expression on them because animals do have an expression, and one just has his head tilted to the side, trying to figure out what's going on. It looks like another one has its teeth bared, but you're not certain what the hell that means.
Mhm.
It's not growling. Is it smiling? Is that a smile? You really can't place it, Rod. It's just hitting you sideways right now as they're in it, right? They're trying to do something. Slappy, because you don't see Rod. Obviously, you don't see what he's doing, but your attention's on Planet Bean and the fact that, hey, at least you're not being torn up. But to you, Sullivan just jumps him as he starts getting into the mix, right? Not certain 100% what's going on here, then Sullivan looks worried. I want you to imagine Sullivan and what he looks like trying to wrestle a homeless man. Right, is what you would say, losing it in public. Get a hold of yourself, man. Calm down. That sort of effect. Well, that and combined with Jose Canseco here blitzing past to slam the rebar into the bean, and with appreciable results as he's going towards it and he's wrestling with him. What's Slappy doing?
So there's like people now that are watching like more intently, right?
If you're looking for people, oh yes. It's more than people watching intently. You see that gesture where someone's pointing over here, right? You even hear people, they're up there still. Yeah, they're there, like gesturing over. And in the far distance, you see the bright yellow coats and the police officer hat of 2 cops that are kind of running over.
Okay.
It'll be a while before they get up there, but they're coming.
Okay. Slappy's gonna basically now he's like, fuck it. We're taking down the bean. And so he's going to step forward to like the crowd and he's going to be like, AT&T Plaza corporations own us now. And he's like, he wants to go into like a ramble about like how like we need to take down this bean to show the people that this is bullshit and that our words cannot be bought. And I'm going to use Spark of Rage.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you could see Bob's like expression right now, listeners.
Well,
There are many things that will always astound me, and this will go down in history, Bruno, for being one of them. I
hope for a good reason.
I can't begin to articulate what is going through my head right now. It's like, all right, so to put this together, let me catch up with this, and we'll get to that roll in 1 second. So for the most part, Sullivan, amazingly, because your intent is to grapple him, to restrain him, right?
Right.
Bring him in under control. Amazingly, you can, and it's for one simple reason. As he's beating on this bean and losing it on it, he's not getting a hold of himself anytime soon. You leap forward, and as you grip him, he tries to flip around to grab you, and you hook your leg behind his and pin him against the beam. And just like, get a hold of yourself as you're just struggling with him up against the wall, as he's like getting pissed, trying to throw off. But you notice it's because his eyes keep darting towards the beam. As obviously you're just in the way, but he's going to turn that energy towards you soon as you have him there. You do take one sustained Ramsey to it because that's the margin of success he had towards you. And the lowest you could ever take is one on that. However, back at the ranch, I got to tell you, you didn't say it, and I'm going to force your character to be used, Mr. Rot. Look at your sheet and tell me what your animal ken is.
2. Oh, wait, animal ken, 3.
So you know a lot more about looking at those dogs than you let on. I described it as that because I'm aware of the character you made as an animalism.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to have a conversation with them.
You don't have to have a conversation with them. Mr. Michelli, what I'm pointing out is that there's gimmies that you do have. Like you would have to prompt, like a player prompts an ST to use abilities without always having it given to them. I can tell you what's in the scene. It's for you to probe and ask more.
Okay.
And so just at a glance, those are just dogs.
Right.
But if you wanted to look more, you can. And that's what I'm gauging the interest in.
Yes, that's what I'd like to do.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead and do it. Mike, if you could give me a roll right now before you have to go. I know you have to go. Like today, Mike? He disappeared. He sent that message as he disappeared from the screen. So I don't know if he's just leaning back or whatever. We'll get it. I apologize, Mr. Michelle. You decided you were going to go ahead and apply it?
Yeah, I'd like to apply feral whispers to try and communicate with them to figure out what have they seen here.
Okay. Before that, though, let's talk about what Animal King does.
Yes,
right.
please.
You're trying to see what they actually are. Now, engaging the talk to them would be a method to do it. There's a lot of info to be gained as you're walking up, though. And to that, I want your animalism, and we're going to go with, let's do wits.
Okay.
Animal ken, excuse me, your animal ken.
Pardon me, I'm doing it on my phone because for whatever reason, the Discord is acting up on my...
So when you hit the backslash, what it's doing is it's flapping back and forth.
Clicking, yes.
Just type dice. Backslash D will stop that, and you're able to select what you need.
Oh, thank God. I was losing my mind. Okay. So animal ken, wits, got it. Hunger.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. And difficulty.
Just roll.
You got it.
It's the ST way of saying something matters, and I can't tell you what.
Dose.
Yeah. What happens is, as you're kind of looking at them and approaching hidden a little bit, you find yourself having to walk a little closer, and that's to try to ascertain fully what's going on. And you're going to hear a loud ding here in a minute, depends on how well your Bruja friend rolled, old Warren, as he does collide with it. I happen to have on good confidence he's not going to ram a piece of rebar through sheer metal here, but maybe he does. Stranger things have happened with potence applications. But struggle goes on. That's real. That's a bit distracting. But because of that ding, that hit, they all three jump in unison to look over at what it was. Here's something unusual. You know, and have noticed that in animals, normal animals, if a loud noise happens, they look to flee before they look to oppose. There's certain circumstances that make that different. Let's say it was this is an alpha, it's a she-wolf, right? And the cubs were in front of her. When that ding hit, she might have jumped, flinched forward, right? She heard the noise, growled, bared her teeth. That might have happened. But that's about the only and that's if she had nowhere to go. Like she couldn't grab the cubs and move them or pups, excuse me, to move them or whatever. That doesn't happen here. Instead, all three of them, when they should have flinched, they don't flinch. What they do is they look forward and look directly at the sound. That's a mark of intelligence. That means they must have understood what that sound was. Like they knew what it was. And at this point, you're getting a strong sense that these things are more instinctual, but also definitely cunning. If they're not intelligent, they're at least have a lethal cunning to them. They're not normal animals. Now, whether Gould or otherwise is possible, you yourself have the ability to make a special friend.
I do.
that could be that alert and would be really used to being in a city environment by this, of course. But what are the odds 3 of them would be out here hanging out to
Right.
respond so soon? It's not adding up. But that said, it's up to you if you still want to try to move forward and make yourself. You would have to reveal yourself to apply Feral Whisper so they know to communicate with you. That's up to you.
I think having noticed all 3 displaying this level of intelligence, he's out. He knows something's not normal about them. I don't think he would be one to reveal himself, especially with them already heightened because of what's going on. To jump them now and reveal myself would only backfire. So I think I'll continue to observe, see what else they do, see if they go in a general direction, see what else I can glean from it.
Okay. With that said, Ramsey, tell me the outcome you're looking for where you're at. I know you're in a frenzy and just trying to help this move faster.
Mm-hmm.
I know Sullivan's trying to restrain you. I know you're in a frenzy, though. I could tell you as an ST what had happened. Your natural proclivity is to beat him into the ground. There are lines crossed that people keep forgetting to pay attention to. And that is, you're from a war sect. We don't lay hands on people. We let them have their frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, this is how you get it out. Just remind the player that he's getting in the way of you doing that by trying to use force.
I know. I directed that away from the instigator of the frenzy, but I can't justify Ramsey ignoring it at this point. I can't. So I will. I'll rouse for toughness.
Mm-hmm.
And I will attack Sully.
Fair enough.
Or I don't know it's Sully. Whoever grabbed me.
Right, you're the opponent who's in the way.
Right.
We'll do that. We got to have him back for this. We'll put that on pause. Oh, sorry. Bernogle, did you give me your manipulation plus your potence roll here, sir? Well,
Yeah,
your rouse
of course.
check, and
Yep,
then give me
rouse.
manipulation for the spark here. This is freaking hysterical. All right. I am not reading that right. No. Okay. Where it is active, we have that going on. You can obviously add your potence to your roll here. You're just trying to incite them. You're just trying to get them to get pissed off or believe in what you're saying. I'm trying to get that down.
I'm trying to get them on my page. I'm trying to basically Slappy's whole so my idea here as the player and as Slappy is like, shit, things are going belly up. He's frenzied. But if I can incite a riot amongst them and get them mad at the bean and what it now represents in AT&T Plaza as corporations owning us. So I want to incite violence towards the bean. And I'll even start a chant. Tip the bean! Tip the bean!
I'm not going to even have you roll for that because I think that that speaks for itself, right? Definitely have the dice pool for it, for a lot of it, actually. It's a tough call because what you're trying to do is not a distraction at this point. You're trying to direct a riot, if I heard that correct.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Just
Not
do
wrong.
it and
All
bid
right.
it.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll. You're going to have to. So you're going to have to give me a charisma, and we're going to go ahead and say performance. You're literally trying to guide them in, but you're trying to incite them to do it. And I would say it's not. You're trying to inspire them to do it. Is clearly what you're doing. We're going to make this a function of performance because you're acting to the role because you don't really care about AT&T, but you are trying to incite them from that emotional level, which is possible through the function of presence. And in this case, your raw potence as well. And for you, that's a hell of a dice pool, sir.
Damn.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll make that leadership. I shortchanged you a dice. I'll just count it as a success. Even better. Yeah, absolutely. This goes from bad to worse for those of you involved. This isn't merely him getting people to protest and sit down and tip a cart. This is people who begin rioting out here. That scene that there's a place where they can get apple cider or what have you. Folks take their moment to just vent, to just give in to their rage. Um, at home loss suck. I lost my job. Business is closed. This is bullshit. All sorts of shit's being yelled as these people are. One guy picks up an entire trash can. And this is a heavy cemented trash can, not impossible to move because workers got to do it. You're pretty certain he threw his back out lifting this thing to pick it up, begin running towards the steps, and as he stumbles, just hurls it, breaking the steps in the trash can. There are people who blitz. The cops running through go from running through to give a damn to just turning around, and one cop starts punching some lady in the face who yells and he keeps telling her to get down, stop resisting and get down, which he gets swarmed by people who, police violence. And this turns into an epic event where you had about 30 people out here kind of enjoying the ice, doing their thing. They're now beating the shit out of each other and anything that moves, making their way towards you, which is the point, because tip the bean was being yelled, and a lot of them want to tip that damn bean. And unfortunately, Sullivan's now wrestling someone who wants to tip his bean. And the dogs or the wolves, you now believe, you're going to see them back up, and you're positive now that there's chuckling you hear. It's disturbing to hear an inhuman chuckle, right? It's like, is what you hear out of one of them looking as they're backing up, and the other one starts chuckling as well the same way. You don't know what the hell that is. As they back up, they just sort of leave. It's like they're looking and in turn and continue walking off, just casual. And I unmistakably, one of them will stay a little longer or stare a little longer at Slappy than they needed to, and definitely chuckle some more, as if there's an understanding of recognition of who that is that's doing that.
That's the one I want to follow further.
Mi Casa es su game. You want to follow him, do your thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do.
All right. Now, just to remind the player in and of itself, following these entities is not particularly hard because they don't know you're there.
Mhm.
However, do you know the limits of your hiding? You're not exactly amazing at it.
No, I'm not. So if it means staying close or losing them, I'll lose them.
So what I'm referring to. I'm referring to is you need to make sure that you know as a player that as you're following them, I look at the power I'm using and I make sure to note any what have you. Obviously, if you're not going to do anything dangerous, and that's what you're telling me, I'm not going to do anything to really follow them. If they go somewhere across water or do whatever, I'm going to, I need to know your intent. If it's just to see who or what they are, I'm willing to bet by now you can name that tune in one guess.
Yeah. I'm just gonna observe the general direction they go towards, and we'll leave it at that.
I could fill all this in for you. I'm willing to bet that you're going to see them walk off and they're heading across the park. It looks like they're going past. Oh, we'll give you a pathing where you're going to lose them at. I think that's fair.
Okay.
They're definitely going past that pavilion,
Mhm.
and it looks like they're heading towards the BP bridge, is what it looks like. And you're not 100% what that is. Maybe they're banking around. You're not certain because you're not hot on their heels. But they're going away from you, and you can see them for quite some time as they follow the path, which is another thing odd for dogs to do.
Right.
Anything the concrete probably doesn't feel comfortable on paw. You're not real certain, though. You've never been one. So there's that. But heading that direction, maybe there's something there, and maybe these guys know. However, pales in comparison to see people beating the shit at each other and drawing, I'd say, hatred on both ends. I mean, just this is getting raw, even for you, to sit here and see and witness and know. To that effect, Mike is not back yet. We're gonna go ahead and roll that for him.
He did roll before he left.
Did he? I didn't.
Yeah,
see
it
that.
just got buried by everyone else's roll. It was a pretty
There
impressive
it is.
roll.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. There are multiple reactions on it.
That doesn't get. So what occurs is, I'm going to tell you what bad is. Right. This couldn't be worse. Sullivan, you're in a situation. I'm going to need your resolve composure at this point.
Yeah.
I think there's so much chaos generated that when Ramsey shatters the rebar, right, he slams it into the beam part way, but the rebar shatters from the impact, is what happens. You see that he's broken both his hands from such force being utilized in a static object. That when the rebar can't sustain the blow, that's telling. And just how strong and forceful that blow was. And he's shit as he holds his hand open. And you're only thankful there's a riot underway to help mask that. But the mindlessness of this isn't making any sense, because that rebar being in it certainly doesn't give you a chunk. And there's not a hole. Just that rebar and Cloud Gate are now one where that damage is. I could tell you why. I probably don't need to tell you why. You remember a certain edict that you were told what would happen. What happens to this whole coterie?
Right. It is bad news bears for all of them.
For all of them, that was all of you.
Right.
Right. I need you to understand the weight of this. From the riot that just happened out of nowhere to the rebar now shattering it, and it's impossible for it to do. There is no storm. There's no gale force winds. There's nothing you could spin to make that even make any sense whatsoever. They just killed themselves right here. This blood hunt is all but certain. And for you to be at the top of the list feels kind of, who do you think they're going to call in once this comes down? That's why I need you to give me resolve composure.
Only one success.
So what we're going to do is call a one and done, as I'm going to need a strength brawl between you two to determine that outcome, because I think that's just fair at this point, just to see it. And I only need to know one thing from you, Mr. Slappy. You're either running or you're staying to fight the crowd.
I mean, at this point, this escalated worse than I expected. I mean, Slappy's primary goal would be to try to like get his frenzying coterie mates, but that doesn't seem possible. So, I mean, he would have to get out of there, I guess.
Slappy's just running away.
Me. Slappy would fight off the crowd, like away from like where Sullivan and they are, trying to just keep them off. Like, so hoping that they can maintain their composure, because I mean, he has to protect those that currently don't have the means to protect themselves because they're not in their right mind.
Okay. How we're going to dictate this? Oh, this is fairly simple. You guys tied and it makes sense. That's because when the crowd gets up to you and this clash of a tidal wave of action happens, you two are in the midst of trying to tear each other apart. There are people brazenly not giving a shit to bum rush you because you're right at the beam and you're on the inside to make you part of the fight, and you're more than willing to do it. The beast recognizes the fact that you two aren't getting anywhere on you, but the moment a fist hits your back or something hits the other guy, it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Slappy, for your case, you're able to push a guy back. Like, no, you don't want to do this, bro. As another two go blitzing past, because that's the nature of a riot, and you're in the middle of it. It's bad as you see them go to attack him, but all you can do is push this guy off of you to figure it out. I'm going to say you have no problem with the first guy, but there's something about you, and that is being a Bruja, that this is, and it's your resolve composure. This time, your Bane does matter. As somebody coming up to you and whipping a drink at you because you're by the bean and all that effect, this magnifies. It's the potential to definitely lead you in a different direction than you intended to be. And before that, though, I could say this. To save Undyro, I already know what's going to happen. The eventual frenzy is real. There's really no way you're going to stop that from across the board. A person here who has a hope in hell is going to be the bird's eye view of Rod. All this is happening past you. You followed those wolves as far as you can go from the pavilion, but turning around to pavilion, the problem isn't so much the crowds. The problem isn't so much the fact that this retelling of like River City Ransom, like two guys against the city that now becomes three. It looks like the Warriors, except they're the three Warriors. And this is the rival gangs trying to come at them. But these are people who can't fight. These are folks who are just pissed. This is the proletariat trying to attack ninjas, right? Is what you feel you're looking at. Because the beast in a frenzy and a mortal in a frenzy are two different things. A mortal can only get as pissed as they can and swing as they might. They don't care. Things get real when you see Sullivan sink his thumb in someone's eye and they scream out in agony. And you'll see others try to come for him, but he bites this person's throat out and then continues stomping him in the ground. The next person that grabs him, he's biting a finger off as they try to grab him to pull him to the ground. Ramsey's home. I do mean that. Of anyone in the thick of fighting in a crowd or an event or violence, the Sabbat know what to do. Yeah. And what he does is he makes an example of the first person near him, and it just comes natural. First guy that grabs him gets his neck bit out, and Ramsey slams him to the ground in such horrific fashion, it breaks his neck open. So like it's torn open, and then the bone splays open like a horrific art as it sprays everywhere. And you would think this would knock pause into normal people. And maybe it would, until you see Slappy pick a guy up full over his head and slam him on the ground head first. And that guy's done. And this frenzy plays out as frenzies do. In the course of them becoming gorehounds against the crowd. But note this. That's fine into one guy. They each kill someone and get them on the ground debilitating. When the crowd overwhelms them, as crowds do, right? Yeah. This is a riot. Are you going to do anything or cut your losses is the question.
Oh, frick. Trying to think of what would be the most efficient way to just break them from reality. And the only thing I can possibly think of would only just add more literal fuel to the fire. And that being just lighting something on fire and throwing it towards him. But I know that at the same time, that doesn't do any good. So let's see. Could I do like a wits to come up with a possible way to get them to break focus from the beast?
So I could tell you right now, without that wits, the problem is that they've given in to frenzy or fell to it. Yeah. And it's what, frenzy, you're a vampire. It's whatever they're pissed at, they got to get away from it. They got to get out of the scenario they're in or somehow they got to calm down. Mm-hmm. This plays out. Either their beast plays it through or they're forced to calm themselves. Except you, for the life of you, detainment's the only thing that works. It's about the only thing. It's either where you're from, Vampire's Frenzy, that shit happens. Yeah, usually sit around for a couple minutes, let them play it out, and that's done. But since you infiltrated, you know that the Cam and Anarchs in particular are a little weird about it. When someone is about to get pissed or they do get pissed, someone picks them up and rushes them out of the room, a couple guys force them to calm down, or that person leaves long before you can see that the beast rears its head. They care a lot about that. It's like an etiquette choice. But here, Sullivan tried to force a Cam member try to force their way of life onto a Sabbat member who wasn't having it. And they couldn't decide an outcome in the midst of the early moments of it. But why did the crowd get that? Why? And then it dawns on you that you were there and you're absolutely certain that it's Slappy.
Yeah.
Slappy whipped up a whirlwind without consequence is what occurred. And it had to have been him. He's the one who led them and the rousing speech and the way it hit. Now, did it hit you? The answer is no, and I'll tell you why. You were in the middle of falling wolves. Mm-hmm. That's what drew your attention. You still heard him, though. Yeah. And what happened, you came back to it. It's not that you're not even a little like your blood's up. You weren't here at the epicenter, nor were you the focus of what he wanted. His goal was the crowd, and that's what he got. Being lost in the wave now, that's a different matter. And it's either they got to calm down or you're going to like find a stake and start trying to stake some people into doing what they do. But then that may put you in the middle of it. And what if you lose it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take them down. I'm gonna have to take down. I'll probably target Slappy. I'll grab. I'm next to a bunch of trees. I'll try and find a sizable chunk of wood. I'm not expecting this to work, but I have to do something.
Well, it's you have to do something, you're doing what you got to do. So you yourself are going to say it's a park, they took things down, there were signs that were used and things for Christmas and whatever and decorations, and they haven't been by to wipe them out the park yet, but they're there. And you don't question it. You take one long piece of wood that looks like it was for a display to weather the storm, and it did. And you break it off into three pieces, three big chunks as you walk forward. In that time, Slappy's breaking jaws, like he's punching a guy, laying him out, but he's stomping on him afterward, like oblivious to the fact that he's being pounded on from behind. You need to understand this. These are people pissed, and when they punch him, they expect him to fall, but he doesn't.
No.
These people are winded, right, as they're fighting, because they don't know no better. Fury up so hard, they only know this berserk nature, and that's the effect. It's easy for you to get in between and see that there are some folks who are just going to pass out even. But Ramsey's the one who's killing people. Where Slappy might be punching, doing what's in his nature to do. Ramsey is an animal.
Ramsey's my first target.
Okay. To this end, you're doing your strength in melee. That's really it. That's all you got.
Yep.
If you got potence, feel free to activate it if you're going to use it.
Unfortunately, no potence for me.
Okay. There's a bit of a misnomer, too. I know we played a couple times. Some people think that penalty to staking comes off the bat, that -2. It doesn't. It's a little worse than that. It comes off your successes.
Okay.
So you need to get 5 total. So you got to roll first. And what you have is what you get. And then there's no defense he gets, obviously. He's completely unaware.
Oh, man, I hope the dice gods are on my side. They are not.
They are not on your side. However, this does help out in a lot of ways. You don't draw his attention either. It's not that you could try again and yes, you're visible to anyone who cared, and now you're another target in the crowd. This gives you an opportunity to do something, though. You just appeared on scene. When you go to stake him, you understand why it's so hard. This guy's moving around and in and out attacking people. He's almost slipping through, falling to a knee suddenly to take out someone's knees, to hit him in the gut, to stab them repeatedly. He's everywhere you want to be in this fight is what he's about, other than letting them dogpile them, i.e. he understands what position he's in. He also seems to be somebody who's well-weathered and trained to fight in a frenzy, i.e. everyone out here frenzying right now, the 2 cam guys seem like they let loose for the first time.
Yeah.
Like they don't know enough to plant themselves to not throw a haymaker, right? I'm not saying he's doing Jeet Kune Do out here, but it just seems it suits his beast to be able to do the absolute most brutal thing where the others haven't gotten there yet. Now it's up to you. You can try again on Ramsey and say, hey, maybe I can get it, or realize that his skill outstrips yours even in a state he's in and him not being aware and trying a different method, or you're just running.
I'm going to try and think of a different method because I know that he's all over the place. He's literally against the crowd.
You got one more roll, and then we're going to wrap up what goes on here so we can move this scene forward.
All right. I'm actually looking at a photo of the bean, trying to see if there's anything else. I assume he's using his hands or something. There's no way to disarm him.
He is using his hands.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, if you're looking to just deal with Ramsey, just get him out the way. Nothing stops you from trying to tackle him and pick him up and move him. But then again, I'll remind you of Gurney Mills Mall.
yeah, that's in the back of my head. There's no way I can tackle that. Who's of the other two? Who looks like they are least prepared for this situation, because maybe I can remove them at least.
Sullivan looks the least prepared. Slappy looks like he's been in a riot or two.
I'll try and stake Sullivan.
Apropos, go for it. It's the same roll.
Same roll.
Doesn't change.
Hunger. Whoop. I forgot to include my hunger dice, but
And hunger
It does.
doesn't matter, right? So you need a miracle, right? You literally needed 5 out of 5 dice,
yeah.
or some critical success to bring in the bring it home for you. The effect is that you do stab him. That is reality. However, it does not have the effect you think. Is for you, that is his successes halved. Make that a sustained wound that you take, Sullivan. He's a vampire. You know, being stabbed with a piece of wood ain't going to do much.
Yeah.
Unless you hit the heart, and that's the effect that we're at. Now, this is that difficulty. Hitting a heart is a bone protected structure that you need quite some strength to punch through and get it done. And you feel the full force of that body as you get a glancing stab into him, but definitely feel it bounce off that rib cage and or sternum, one of the two, probably both. And it's wedged in, but that's why you got another 2. And at that point, the effect is such. You guys are vampires. These mortals aren't going to put you torpid, right? That's reality. All of you are going to frenzy, including Rot, because when they make you part of that, the first person that punches you, you have no ability really to resist that. Even if you did, it's the swarm afterward, as these people who should just give up don't. I want you to imagine a mob of the most pissed off people ever who pain's part of the game and they just can't feel it. And that's what goes on as per what that power does. They're just not themselves. But when it's all said and done, the fatalities you're not counting, but you guys do see the ring of lights that are around this area, as you can hear that there are sirens coming still in the distance. You can see a fire truck was called in, and it's on the outskirts of the park. You can tell from the lights between the trees, and thankfully it's not summer or spring, so the bushes couldn't really block what you got going on. You can see there's police. There's police in every section of this, right? If you look at that map, you have to assume that this being's nice and squared off, where they have it, with people on the other side of the pavilion and covering the street, is where it's at. And I'm not saying there's cops everywhere, but there are cop cars. You see definitely people in outfits are moving and coming your direction, trying to figure out what's going on. The part that bugs you the most, that you see what looks to be a WGN news van is also parked over there, as the police are stopping them from coming across. And that's the benefit of those with heightened senses and or aspects. I won't single you out. You know who you are. That's at a glance. They're obvious because that's the first struggle and get the hell back. It's not a safe place. And you can hear talk and chatter. It's a bit crazy. But here you guys are. Now, you come to, damage is negligent. Don't worry about your blood adjustments, because we're going to call that a wash. There's food all around. When the beast is wounded and you needed it, you would have taken it to heal. I'm not going to waste time having you say that. It just is. But at the end of the day, there are stains to hand out. Now, ironically, it's universal, right, for what we have, even for those who would have a path. It does violate your path. Although you didn't know what was going on, I won't be as hard. So for Ramsey, I'm going to give you 2 stains.
Yes, sir.
Because of it. Everybody else is taking a solid 4. With the exception of Slappy, who I'm just taking a humanity. That I'm just taking it. Forget the roll. That's cause for it. There's multiple casualties to a situation that didn't need to happen. And where you're saying you didn't know it would get that bad, I'm gonna call maybe a little forethought would have had it. But the moment, Slappy, for future tense, we kind of know what happens. Did it have your result? I'll tell you right now, it was a sound idea to your character, to you, Bernogle, if this was done and everybody ran. Right? What you couldn't have predicted was them frenzying and, oh man, I got to get them out of here. And then he went, shit, I got to stop the crowd from jumping them.
Right.
Coming a mile off. That's where it got bad. It's not totally on you, but your guilt is of such a crushing level that it got that bad, that it's like,
yeah, in
power.
hindsight, I should have taken care of them before I even started that, because now as it unfolded I was just like, oh man, I should have taken care of them.
For Ramsey, like I said, instinct's a thing, and you definitely have your sound. But as a harmonist, it's you knew this was bad the moment you let that guy treat you like a pigeon.
Yeah, I know.
That's where it started. But what I'm saying is that's the hardened area that you're in. Why it's not so bad is that he chose to light this fuse.
Mm-hmm.
You could have told him it would go this bad to ever assume that you're that way. But it's odd to you. There's an animosity you feel towards Sullivan for some reason that's ebbing as you're staring at him. Like, you don't quite know why. For Sullivan, damn well know why what happened. You're a little salty. You went over you're salty about the whole thing, but you're so salty because you went out and it was just Ramsey. For you to wake too and there's broken bodies, you got blood splattered on you, there's dead everywhere. It looks like William Wallace charged you and you're the British, right? Like, what the hell just happened? And it's a problem. It's even worse when you consider the fact you have Nosferatu, who looks like he just went through Vietnam. The grenades and the smoke are gone, but the blood and guts are everywhere. He's the broken rifle, right? Because he's been fighting all night, and the horde came. He doesn't know what happened, and you're like, this is a lot. This is a lot to wake through. People are yelling and moaning in agony. They're not all dead. Most of them are wounded, but some are obviously fed upon and sloppily. And it's a lot to take in at once. And unfortunately, it doesn't appear you have a whole lot of time. What do you guys like to do? I didn't exclude him. Warren didn't hit the bean and run.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Mike had to leave. I already know what would happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Warren coming in to slam this with rebar with his hand shattering and the crowd hitting him. He's just like Ramsey. Is humanity that low when it came here? And in fact, I would argue it's worse. Warren did such grievous harm to these people that we'll say the 3 victims he had, they looked like they were mangled by a bear. Where Ramsey might have been debilitating, he savored the sadism.
With that, Ramsey will taking all of this in. His eyes will kind of linger on Sullivan, but then he'll look to where towards where that overpass was, right where there was the pigeons and the what looked like the homeless encampment. We need to leave. I'll start heading that way that I was looking. My idea was that there would be a way out through that homeless encampment and enough coverage over there that we might be able to get out if there are police all around this area.
So I need you to look at that map again. I'm going to repost it so you can see it to get what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right? So if you're looking at it, you see the J. Pritzker?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right? That's past that is the homeless encampment. That's where that BP bridge is.
Oh.
You're down by the ice rink and the good old Cloud Gate and the street side Michigan Avenue. That's where all the cops got up to the closest, right? But you do see lights beyond that pavilion. Like they have literally sectioned this place off in the midst of this violence. Remember a long time ago when you guys talked about coming to this being what the problem was? Sullivan laid it out for you, and Slappy was even complaining about it. It's the heart of the city. This is the jewel of the city. This is the place that gets polished to show everybody to stop by. This is the place you want them to come to have a good time, to see it, so they can enjoy an ice ring during the winter, or walk with a loved one hand in hand type of thing. And it's to showcase that this is your city, Chicago. Enjoy it. And you just came and shit in Kevin Jackson's mouth without any care as to what the ramifications are at this point. Like, if none of you feel that way, Sullivan, yes, you do. You know damn well what's at stake for this point. And right now, seeing the police response, you don't know what's going to happen. None of you have police tactics to know or predict what's going on, but 2 of you have the experience of dealing with the police, and that was at Naperville. They come hard when they're pressed for what's going on. And that was a suburb with polite barbecues and like social events with ice cream socials, right? Whatever the hell those people do. They're willing to defend a police station that hard. City of Chicago, murder capital of the world, and you decided you want to roll the dice and take on the police. That's what it feels like right now in your head, Ramsey. Like, I don't know what toys they got. I do know they're coming with them. That's the feel. And it is strange to you that none of them are on you yet, considering there are 3 dead cops that are here that you can see.
Yeah, we can't. That is strange, but I still need to find. We're still going to try to get out of here.
Well, I would love to try to get out of here,
Hmm.
but to ping this ball off of someone else, someone's going to have to think outside the box. If our players, I pause a second, take a deep breath. I'd look at a sheet and start talking who's good at what. That's really what you need to do. Because Ramsey, you're fighting your way out of here.
Hmm.
You know your character from here to now. This isn't a forested. There is no cover you have to hide to get out of here. What I can tell you right now, one of you can get out of here scot free. I mean, that's just how it is. Rocking out like trout. He's good. Everybody else, how do you avoid cameras? How do you avoid the situation? How do you avoid what's coming?
I am just so I could further embitter myself. How far in is that rebar into that sculpture? A couple of inches.
In like, if you go to check that out, you ever seen a car accident where the metal hit the concrete so hard, the embankment, that the metal was not strong enough to eradicate the concrete? Like, they got so hot in the impact they fused.
Yeah.
It looks like the metal was growing out of the cement, even though it never was.
Yep.
That's as hard as this rebar hit. Now, why it looks even stranger, remember when I said he broke his hands? It's because the rebar on his end fragmented. So it looks like an exploded end of a firecracker, except for the rebar that is in the sculpture.
Right.
Right? It's like all the energy transferred and went down the end and screwed his hands up. And the rebar itself looks threaded and dangling in the wind type of effect. In a way, he added art to the sculpture.
He Sullivan's walking. Oh shit! He's walking away from the group as best as possible. He doesn't care who's following him or not. He's making a phone call, and he's gonna try calling Neely.
You'll hear a chuckle and what sounds like sirens in the distance. And, yeah, I thought I might get a call. You in the area too? I'm out on
He's
my
like,
terrace in the Gold Coast. I wonder what's going on right now.
I need an exit strategy.
When you talk, it'll get icily quiet. Why? Because you're not there, right? You
I don't
tell
have
me
to be
right
here.
now this isn't you, that you were not there.
Jesus. It was that Warren fellow you warned me about.
You'll hear a snarl, and he'll get up a sec, and you'll hear briefly. It sounds like someone tried to beg, and you don't know who, and it's distinctive. Like it might sound like, no, I'm sorry, I'll clean it next time, and then it gets quiet. There's a few snappings. It's dead quiet. About 30 seconds goes by, and you'll hear the phone pick up. Yeah, we should talk shop.
I would love to.
There's only one place you need to get to, and it doesn't matter how you get there now. You're gonna have to get underground. There is a Washington. There's an old abandoned train station sits under Washington, and you can get there from let's see where you're at in the park. I think it's off the rink. It's not that far. It's definitely within running distance, within a mile at least. Anyway, it's off of Michigan Ave. You can get there, land in the sewers, begin following your way to get over to it. And eventually you're going to hit Washington. The sewers are that way. You're going to have to do that. That's the only way you're going to do it. But I don't know how you're going to get through or past those cops. That's a deal. Like, I'm looking at the TV right now, and you got WGN on site where the cops got physical with them. We're talking pushing them back, throwing a camera guy on the ground. Nobody's getting past that line. They're not playing around. I mean, I don't know what they do. I guess this is their version of SWAT. I've never seen it. roll up, and they're on the news briefly, but the camera doesn't stay on them. They're waiting for those guys to take the field to start coming in. Nobody knows what happened. They think it was some sort of terrorist attack, but it wasn't a bomb. And riot did break out. They have that much, but they know officers were killed already. You don't have a bleeding heart and earshot to help you get through that. I don't know how you're going to talk your way through this, is what I'm saying. You know who else is watching if I'm watching?
I could only imagine.
You get caught one look, and I promise you, he's going to bury you.
I know. I owe you if I make it to Michigan Station. You have my word.
Yeah. I also had your word. Never mind. You know you failed me. I'll hang up the phone.
He'll grab onto his phone and it almost cracks in his hand from the pressure as he takes a look. He's like, we need to get over to the sewers leading towards Michigan. I need ideas right now how to get past that line.
We've got to push it
Push what?
through the line. If that's
How?
the way out.
There are cops and there's media.
We could pretend to be dead bodies. Not like we aren't already. That would leave them to take us out. He'll look at Rot. Can you hide all of us?
No, not even close.
Flappy is much more serious now than he normally is, as he kind of just stares out at the destruction that he caused, like clearly not happy, and just he points at the three cops and he's like, 3 uniforms.
Worth a shot.
Who's going to retrieve the uniforms?
Let me wear one. I'll take the lead. You put on another. Ramsey, I guess you're on third. Warren, we're gonna have to just drag you out.
Is Warren even there? Because I'm going to try not to frenzy over this situation.
No,
He is
Warren,
so upset.
Warren is there. Warren just doesn't seem affected. To give role playing a pass and look at what he did, this guy always had a hard time with you guys of even focusing when it came to mortals and what's going on. He did what he had to do. That's always been his justification. It's no different now. He stands there looking. Doesn't roll his eyes or anything, but when you say get the cops, like, all right, he's right now trying to strip a cop of his outfit. But what I'm going to do is point out the fact that Slappy, you are impaired when it comes to your willpower, right? Where I took it all the stings before and you lost one, now you are officially impaired. What that means is that you're at a mental break limit. You got to get out to live, but you're shell shocked, and for survival purposes, that makes sense. But there's no way that you feel you're up to any conflict at this point, because it took everything for you to even stomach the fact that you're about to put officers' uniforms on that might not even fit to get out of here. As you not only murdered them, now you're defacing the dead. For Sullivan, it's up to you if you choose to do it or not, as is Rot. For Rot, any given Sunday, welcome to the sect you came from. Not happy about it, but you've had to do worse.
Mm-hmm.
Sullivan, this is definitely the opposite end of where you come from. And I'm going to say you would lose a humanity to do it at this point. But it's that or death.
Right. I will definitely, regardless of whether I lose the humanity or not, the only thing that's going to make him feel better about it is he's not going to strip the cops. He's just going to take their jackets and their hat. And that should be enough for him. He just needs to, that's what he's intending on doing. He's not going to strip them all the way down. If he takes a humanity hit for it, definitely. But all he needs to do is just pass the facade of waist up.
Unfortunately, I know what you're trying to do. That's
Yeah.
not what's here. There's no way your character would think that doing it half-assed
True.
was going to
Okay. Good point.
Right? There's
That's
no way.
then it
Uh,
is what it is.
You need to look like a cop from the distance, right? To do
Right.
that, you need to look like a cop from the distance. Cops don't look sloppy. They don't run around with their shirts out. They're also not wearing designer jackets or shirts with a tie.
This is
Right?
true.
There's a whole outfit one has to undergo here. Ditch the jacket. You're going to have to. The ties have to be hidden, or you're going to have to wear their shirt. But their vest should cover that up, and definitely the jacket over that will work. But your jacket with that isn't going to work.
Right.
The bulkiness is going to look awkward and won't pass a cursory inspection. This is a combination of you guys trying to walk the walk, is what it is. And that's the horrible part, because for some of you, this will be near impossible. For those who don't have etiquette, this is absolutely going to be hard. Etiquette is what is used to fool people that you belong in any social circle or representation. This is no different. It's knowing how to walk, how to act, how to comport yourself. And this is definitely a fragment of that. And that's why it's going to be that plus charisma. Now, for those that do have etiquette, it's great. This is going to be a die roll only of a 2 success difficulty if you're trying to get through by appearance alone. And that's what we're trying to assess, is how well these outfits look. If you're impaired, which is 2 of you, that's going to be Sullivan and Slappy. That's a -2 dice. Not successes, just dice. Do you remember your willpowers and everything else, gentlemen? By the way, for those who are impaired, you don't have willpower. That's the point of it. It's you're at your emotional end here for the evening. You need a break.
Bob, I failed. Can I spend a willpower to auto reroll?
That, or you can succeed at a cost.
I'll auto reroll, sir.
Okay.
Can I, even impaired,
that's
can
right.
my presence still count?
What's that?
With the impairment, can I still use present or awe?
With that, because it doesn't require you to use any willpower based anything, I'm going to say yes. I will add, though, and of course, I shouldn't even point this out. In the course of you using awe, just so the players are aware, you're trying to draw their attention, because that's why you would be able to use awe. Right? It's a social engagement. It's not just you have awe up and it's going to work because they could see
Right.
you. You're using that for some, like you're getting their attention, in some capacity.
I am not using on my end. I don't think that Southern would want to exact it, although 3 successes on my end.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. For Ramsey, and you're in the same boat as Warren, by the way. He's not any better than you. For his part, Warren would have to know what remorse is to know how to fit in. You pathwise are trying to do your part. For everybody else to note, it's not about them wearing the outfits. It's the lack of care of how they look. Like Ramsey wears an outfit, but doesn't know how to walk the part of authority. He walks the part of a predator. Right? He's almost a menace when he walks. Imagine just a bigger, right? It's almost like Michael Myers chasing somebody through the park.
He's
when
dressed
he's
as a
walking.
cop.
Exactly. And a cop has assured footing, but there's definitely a caution there and like a nervousness you can feel as to what they got to do. It's not that it's fear or anything as much as it is they're ready. They are ready to do it. And Ramsey doesn't know how to do that. And that's because he's dead. There is no adrenaline for him to worry about. It is just a thought to action, and that's it. For Warren, it's even a telltale worse. Warren walks, and he doesn't have his shirt tucked in, and you guys have to remind him. He's like, yeah, whatever. And, he stuffs it in half-ass. He doesn't wear his gun holstered like a cop would. He has it in the front like he's about to walk in the hood and shoot up the place. And it's without caring. And you guys have to do this care to help him out, so when he actually walks, he's like, man, whatever. He's just doing his thing. He doesn't get why everybody's so stressed, but, in fact, he has a smile on his face. He's like, oh, I did that bean. Right as you guys get done, like that's the only care he has. And you go for it. Immediately, we're going to say by dint of who's holding it better, right? By successes here. And maybe it's your bird's eye view because no doubt you're hidden rock. You can see as they approach the line, there are radios, and you guys will hear through the radios. We got 3 approaching, and you'll unfortunately hear this come over to you first, and that would be Sullivan. You'll hear Smith, Officer Smith. Is that? Hey, what went on in there? What's going on? Is that you coming out? And you made the roll to where you're clacking on it, and you're doing this gesture like, oh, okay, something's wrong with the radios. Man, look at them; they're covered in blood. Like, oh, Jesus, get them over to the EMT, and you'll hear someone point that out. Whatever. However, someone will say distinctly, "Man, what black officer was in there?" And they say it just like that. He's like, "What do you mean?" And you'll hear someone go, "We know for a fact officers in there. That should be Ramirez, Comiskey, and Smith." And you'll hear at the end, this dispatch, by the way, you'll hear it, man. I know brother I ever heard of. Ain't no Comiskey I ever know came out of. And there's a pause like, yeah, we need to check those guys. At this point, here's the situation. You guys have made it past a cursory look. The Flatfoot's there at the front. As you're about to get through to where the EMTs are at, that's when you hear this come over the radio. What do you do? To give you an idea, well, you're past the front. There's a nice murder line you would have to go through in your head to get out. Well, now you're amongst them where the crowd is, where there's others wanting to talk to you. You also have the advent of WGN. They're trying to force their way through to head to the paramedics to get a first, no doubt, exclusive interview with you guys immediately. It's a double threat you got going on, depending on how you see it. What are you looking to do? It's a great idea for the first one, if not a soul-sucking idea. But it is what it is it's gotten you this far. What's part 2?
Is there any possible way I could use well, there's only one way to ask. Is there any possible way I could use any semblance of leadership to direct myself out?
Okay. Walk that through. What is your character's background in leading police officers trained in the field or any sort of civic service?
The intent is to...
Not the intent. Your character, Sullivan, venture...
No, he does not in any way, shape, or form have any training.
This is the problem,
yeah.
Right? You're faking it to walk it to wear the uniform. That's one thing. Now you're trying to be a cop who you're not. Entirely different, right? Now it's not a matter of just having the etiquette to appropriately say it. Now you want to use leadership to push people on. You're not an obfuscate. This isn't the fact that you tricked their eyes. It's the fact that from a distance, you look like a cop. They let you through. Now you're amongst them. You already heard in the call, they don't have black cop amongst them. Like something's up. Like you can hear the suspicion amongst them as there are people coming to get you guys, to talk to you, to see what's going on. But they know you're supposed to be going to an EMT vehicle, which is what you're heading to because your characters aren't dumb. Mm-hmm. You would go to where they expect you, and what you do from there is up to you. But you need to understand, this is a crowd of people you have, right? Why is it a crowd? You have the responding police officers, which are the first responders, who ordered not to go in, but to close down the scene. They did that. You got the tape that's up, which means more support came in backup to do that. Then they were told to sit tight and close it down. They did that. There's no traffic coming through to where you're at, as they have this park on lock, and you're in the middle of it. You then have the advent of, okay, now that we're here in this far, there's an EMT service vehicle, 2 of them set up with a fire truck, no less, where they're trying to make a makeshift tent prepared for the wounded they're expecting to be out there that they could start pulling out. But they haven't even started going in because there's an odd call. For some reason, they're on hold for whatever this SWAT group is that you were told on the phone is coming in. And that group isn't entering here. They're entering in from the pavilion, you realize, because the side you came out of was Randolph. They're on the opposite end, which you don't know how that works out. You don't even know. You can't begin to know why. But you're over here now. And the only thing you can note is that you're walking this EMT and you got a couple cops looking in your direction now. Imagine there's like 10 cops near you at odd points, holding back a crowd, telling them to walk that way. This isn't for you. Get the hell out of here. And don't forget the newsy reporter crew, all 3 of them. With a camera on shoulder trying to get whoever to get towards you, but they got to walk through The police are there. They're stopping them every step to get the hell out of here. We told you, they're in their own thing. We've all seen this in movies, right? When incidents like this happen, imagine you're in that crowd, right? There are people here. They're just held back by a stand of other cops who are trying to tell them to get the hell back. They got to hold the city back, right? So what do you do right now? You're intense not to get caught. You're intense not to. That's where I'm at the meat and potatoes of.
Right.
You're trying to get through this how, but within the parameters of what your characters can do.
I'm going to, if that happens to be the case within the parameters of what I could do, I'm going to request a cop that was a Doubting Thomas and attempt to mesmerize him to be our escort to the empty vehicle so that it looks like he's taking us somewhere.
Okay, so we're gonna let that be what it is. So that's the start of it. You lean over and tell a cop, "Hey, escort us to the vehicle." And what's weird about it is the lack of resistance. Like you came up to do whatever, and he'll look. All right, he'll turn and start as, "Hey, make way," as he'll start leading the way for you guys to walk. It didn't seem to be a problem before, even what they're doing now. Like you're walking that way, he's just now at the front. Whatever credibility to that is, it is what it is. As you're heading up, doesn't help you guys get there any less. You were already headed there. It's what are you going to do before you get there or when you get there? I.e., that doesn't help you get out of here. That just helps you get there. That's Sullivan's throw. Anybody else?
Wait, where are we being escorted? Where did he ask us to be escorted to?
EMT?
Oh, okay.
Hey, if you got no ideas, let's not have this stall any further.
Yeah.
And that just means that all you're doing is you're either fighting or you're running. Those are the two.
Sounds like we're running.
My intent is once he finally leads us there, I'll just have him mesmerize and go back and tell them everything's fine. And the moment he turns around is the moment that
You're not getting
attempt.
this. He doesn't get that. That's one cop.
Yeah.
One cop isn't going to tell everybody to disperse because it's other cops.
Right.
Right? They think there's something wrong with you because Warren, by dint of who he is, you guys are not the cops you're pretending to be. Anybody gets close enough, like that cop who's under dominate, you are not the people he knows you should be.
Right.
These are not people who've never worked with each other. Right? It's not that every cop knows a cop, but Sullivan looks nothing like a guy on the force. Right? Especially up close. You look like some nerd, right? In a cop outfit who, where the hell I would know this guy. He doesn't look like he's seen so much as a traffic stop. What 13-hour shift did you ever pull in your life with your Gucci shoes, you weirdo? This doesn't happen. But here he is in this uniform, and he's undead. And why? Because your character does not have the mien of Sullivan. He is impaired.
Right.
Emotionally so. Your guy is basically like, take me to the thing, let's do this. And now you're over here now just like, oh God, like I don't like you need help. And that's what it looks like. You're on the verge of a mental breakdown, is what anybody can see. And that's disturbing. So this dude, for whatever reason, took you to where you're at, and everyone else is still coming. Like, know that. The pauses are me pausing as a storyteller for you guys to tell me something miraculous.
Right.
But I'm not asking you to reach in and pull out a miracle. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. And then we're now just relying on feet don't fail me now, which is about all you got. Unless I missed something. Feet don't fail me now, it is.
Feet don't fail me now, it is.
Yeah,
So-
I guess. I mean, that's all I got. Like, I keep looking at my sheet like, fuck.
What you're doing is you're using your good old decks and your streetwise because you're trying to find a specific locale. It's not a matter if you can get there. It's if you can get there ahead of them or to ditch them. And you got to ditch them. You're in the city. Why this isn't Dex Athletics? It's great that you have athletics. So do they. They also got cars. This is going to come down knowing where to run and where to go. And for that, those of you who are ahead of the pack are going to be the ones who know where to go.
Okay.
And everyone else to follow. So, without further ado, who has the highest streetwise out of you guys? Because that's who we're going to elect a role for you.
I have it at 3.
I got a 2.
All right. We'll take your Dex streetwise there, Ramsey. Here's the thing. Who doesn't have streetwise?
I have 1.
Good. That's everybody. Thank God, for Ramsey. So the only thing we're gonna do now then is that you're gonna get an added die roll, I'd say, of 2 to this.
Okay.
And we're gonna go by total success. That's it. Best of luck to you.
Would that city knowledge specialty I have apply?
The city knowledge specialty was not of Chicago.
Okay, fair enough. Worth asking. 5 successes.
All right, would be. The effect we have here is, I'm going to be generous, is no one's going to catch you to put hands on you. In terms of zoning you to be hot on your heels, that's still evident. You're now 3 fleeing people in officers' uniforms breaking through the city as they have it, and then an odd 4th guy running after you guys in a military outfit, because that's what happens to break up Fusegate. And that's the effect. Now, either you're a guy sticking with the pack or you're just going to let them run. I should probably give you that option.
Yeah, I'm gonna find them later.
Okay. So Rot's out of the scene, but he doesn't have to worry about it at this point, as they tear off after him. What I will tell you, Rot, is you'll watch as when they take off running, there's some odd thing that must be uttered through the headset of one of the cops that does come running by to get to the vehicle. And you'll note, not every cop hops in a vehicle and tear off after him. In fact, it's only about 3 squad cars just tear off to go after him. It's a weird thing. For those of you running, you don't hear sirens in the distance. That's not what's coming after you. Looking back after a while, you turn down an alleyway. You run through a parking garage. You're ditching clothes as you're going along the way. You guys are just following suit as much as you can to just look different, to not be where you need to be. It's right about when you get down to the actual Michigan Avenue itself, which is where you were told to get to, that you realize that this is going to suck. It's as if they knew. Michigan Avenue is solid, nothing to hide behind. It's called the Golden Mile for a reason. It's just highway to speed through, and it shows off the Gold Coast. This is where all the shopping is and whatnot that you get to go to, but it's solid running down a highway. Not even really a place to be on a sidewalk. It's like an open bike path that they could see you from the road where that is. But the parking garage you're at where you've ditched the clothes, it's a thought. And you could do that, or you could turn, which goes away from where you were told to go to, and take your luck going intercity and deal with that. And I'll give you that choice here, Ramsey, as you're the one leading the group.
We're not going to take our luck. We're going to go the way we were intending to.
Okay. The hindrance here, or the problem with this, is the fact that it doesn't seem like anything happened. What I mean by that is, you don't hear a siren. There's not a car that comes rolling up to the parking lot that you can tell as you guys run away. There's no light you can find or follow. After a while of you dodging and running into places, you eventually do just pull into an alley and sit tight. And it's the one residential area closest to here. This is after about you guys running for a smooth hour. And we're going to give that. Why is it an hour? Ramsey doesn't stop. Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. And that's a very important thing in trying to ditch anyone looking for you. And he does silly things, running up to a small 1-story building to climb, to run, and jump across to a high reach to the 2nd story to pull yourself up, and then turn around and make sure you can do it. A couple times you guys have to help Sullivan make it. Slappy has no problem leaping. They're all strength and aptitude of the Brujah pulling through. It's the question of the Ventrio, being able to make these hops, but together he is, right? And thankfully you guys are dead. So the advent of you keeping up with your own stamina isn't an issue. But when you get up to the 3rd roof is where basically Sullivan kind of holds his hands up, and with rightly so. Why are we still running? Right? Once you get somewhere and you hold your hands up to do it, it's like, what cop is taking this crazed way? And it'll take you a moment, Ramsey. You allowed the run to get into your blood and kind of go there. You're not in a car going street to street, dodging them as they normally are. And you realize as you're up here that unless they had a helicopter, and there's no helicopter you can see, if they're coming now, they're that good. You're pretty certain you effectively ditch them. Where you're at, and you can tell by looking at streets and whatnot, you're somewhere near what appears to be, actually, we already confirmed that's not your knowledge from here. I'll give it to you. 1 second. You can talk while I grab this photo for you.
For sure.
That's what we get for flicking the bean.
Sullivan just looks utterly disappointed and exhausted. I told you about this. I warned you about this. I just don't fucking get it. I don't. I don't fucking understand. Who thought it was a great fucking idea to attack the bean after I said not to?
Slappy, like, kind of, like, he looks defeated as well, like, just exhausted and tired. And he's just, he says, I panicked when the rebarb went in. Yeah. Thought I could get some cover, but it just went tits up so quick.
Anytime fucking mortals are around, it's gonna go tits up. This is what separates us from the fucking Sabbat. I don't fucking understand. What's even worse about this is I just had to make a phone call and possibly sell our souls, and that's not even guaranteed that we get out of there. If the guy I called was watching TV, you could only imagine that the guy is watching TV as well. The only hope in hell we have is that they didn't catch our faces. And that's if we're lucky.
I want to remind you, Sullivan, in the middle of your chiding, where DJ has a habit of doing very well to hit this bitching lecturing mode, I want you to imagine your mother died and you're the reason for the car wreck.
Right.
Do that for a second. Right? You were the person behind the wheel, you shouldn't have done it, and you did it. And something happened there, and it keeps interrupting your thoughts. Like, as badass as you want to be, you're very far off. And this is the commensurate feeling that you have here. Sorry if that's graphic for some of you watching this. It's only I can convey the feeling you should have, right? Your motivation here being impaired is just enough, right? I want you to imagine that. Cross that impassioned speech as you guys stand on top of a roof overlooking a street. And in a place, honestly, that's becoming more familiar to you as you get used to these ironic runs, you can't begin to fathom how you got here or where this came from. Like, there's thoughts in your head of, why didn't we just walk up to the bean and try to push something into it? You know, why did Slappy? You're doing this in your head. What players will do after game to joke and imagine that, but imagine you did it in game, but with depression, right? It's just, why did we do that? The commensuration begins, right?
Exactly.
Despite how hysterical certain things were to do, it's an underestimation of power. You didn't know that Slappy was able to do that.
No.
Right? That's the one damnable thing about that power. He didn't target you guys, not that he needed to because you're already in a frenzy, but he could have. Is what that is, and it had that magnitude. And you don't know to what effect. And how you know he could have, you felt the draw and he diverted it to the crowd. In a way, it's like he took the buildup of pressure and anxiety from the area, translated it to a rage that he pulled off of you, magnified it with himself, and just projected it to people completely unprepared for it. And that's what happened. You want to blame him. And it'd be so easy to do it. Except, you knew. You knew. You knew that asshole was bringing a piece of rebar. To hit for what? You didn't know that level of whatever he was going to do was going to happen. But he had this in the back of your head. He was describing a straw in a tornado. You know, there's some stuff that went on. That's the type of thoughts. And you guys can see Sullivan mid-sentence. His thoughts are spinning and holding him down as Slappy is dejected with his shoulders down. The only oddity is to see Warren up there like, yeah, well, I guess to go back because there's no way they caught us on camera.
Listen, I'm just tired. We got to get there.
Like what? Get where?
We have to meet up with.
We ain't got to meet up with nobody. You hear him say. I mean, that was if we needed to get out of there, man. You should thank me for bringing that to your attention. You was about to walk into some bullshit. We made it on our own 2 feet, man. Ramsey led the way. You did that slick shit at the gate and got that guard to escort us wherever, and we just bolted. They ain't got nothing. We need to take some weird ass back door down to a basement and someone. Yeah. We out.
He'll look to Ramsey and Slappy. Do you think we're out?
Flappy, like, he's like looking off to the side, like, and he looks at you and he says, I guess as out as we can be right now. Who knows, you know? I mean, Warren says no one caught us on camera, but fuck. All that's left to
Ramsey.
do. No, yeah, no. Ramsey, what do you think? You're the one who let us out of that shit storm.
We made it out of the park. Lost the people that were tracking us. For now, the mortals. It's the other kindred we'll have to worry about now if they know it was us. And I think they'll know. We're on everyone's radar.
So the majority rules here. Do we stick to the plan in terms of reaching my connect? Or do you think that we're in the clear and stick our heads in the ground?
Go to ground.
Slappy?
We'll lay low and I don't know, man. I feel maybe you should reach out to your connect. I can't handle another fucking meeting with the prince. I don't think I get a strike too.
Right. What are we doing as they're deciding that? By the way, Warren looks like you would expect. I just want to point that out. Warren will say, like he always does, man, I'll go with whatever y'all say. But I don't feel any type of way about it, man. We did it.
I think what Rot will do is he's going to remain on scene. He's going to try and stick close to the the officer in charge, and see if he can find out if they caught the group on camera.
It's not about catching a group on camera. You'll hear from WGN Live that 3 guys wearing police officers' uniform, which we now confirm were not the officers. We found their discarded bodies in field as we broke free to brave EMTs and first responders got on the inside, and you did see that. It's like when 3 left and the police went to go and they stopped them, there was a go-ahead given. And when that go-ahead was given, boom, you see medical services going in, gurneys out. There are folks flying across that field. But ironically, they're heading over to the arena, the rink, and everything else. The most heartbreaking scene you ever see is that when you see that these EMTs get over there and they pick up their first kid that's out there, and they see that the eye was crushed or half in and mauled, and then a fang ripped off half a face, and they see it. You hear people who came by to pick up their kids who should have been safe here, that maybe related work or whatever. They're screaming to hear what happened as police won't let them by. And this sort of mourning wail happens for one lady that's contagious. You hear other people trying to hold her back as, her daughter's picked up from it. It didn't matter she was 19 and out with friends. The fact is she was mauled beyond recognition, right? The person that Slappy picked up 10 feet and slammed head first into the ground was someone's grandfather. And you're watching this unfold because you remember that before you lost it. And it's something else different to see that as they're going through this and they're going around, the police are not standing there going, oh man, that sucks. What you hear from the police is a very odd thing happened. You'll hear over the radio, someone takes the horn, and if it's a sergeant or whatever, tonight we need all hands on deck. City's on lockdown. Nobody goes anywhere. We're looking for 3 assailants. One was long black hair. Basically outlines Ramsey. Says flat out, last seen in Naperville. This does not go to press. That's what you hear. We're looking for an individual, smooth, clean shaven, fancies himself a ladies' man, bald, African male. This doesn't go public. There's this roster given out of people who they suspect were there, and that's the point I'm going to give you. It's like someone had an idea, but no one says that they have evidence. But the part that's chilling is that you start seeing a couple cops patch over their badge. They're out there in the field, and it's they don't even have radios near them. These people who are doing this, you'll see one guy pick up a dead girl off the field to bring her over to her dad, and her dad's a vet. You can tell he's a military vet. Why? He's in his fucking uniform.
Hmm.
Couldn't be older than 35, but definitely has the rank across his chest to have it. He stands there for them to give him the news. It's like this vet can't cry. So when this cop hands this girl over him and he holds her, he looks down at her and he looks at the cop. It's like he transferred it to him. The cop is crying, but he patches over his badge, and he'll just nod his head and he'll tap his gun, and this cop walks off the field. He's not the only one. You're watching officers abandon cop cars, but where they're going is where everybody ran, where they were told not to go. They were told to hold the line where they were at. You begin hearing this, you're ordered to stand down, don't go, don't pursue. And you'll hear someone say, well, then we quit. And they're like, what? And then you'll hear someone boldly say, they die tonight. And it's like, what? I didn't sign up for this. And if we're going to stand by and let that happen, nah, this is the last kid I pick up off the floor. And there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of emotionally charged people, some losing it, some holding it together, some making some bold statements, some people crying, some stuff happening. There is so much emotion here that I'm going to take 3 more willpower from you. That I'm going to say for you to watch what happened and you to look at the aftermath is look in the face of the misery you created in this moment as this powder cake of emotions happening here. This lady doing the interview is having trouble talking, which is unprecedented for a reporter. And she can't. She goes to talk to a woman who wants to say something to what happened, to make an appeal to anyone for help, and there's nothing they could do. It is the worst situation you can imagine. Now, out of game, I'm going to let you know, this is every single time a player violates the Masquerade to this magnitude and believes they got away with it. What they are not looking at is the repercussions. And what you're not looking at, and maybe you didn't think of it, was that this situation, was it avoidable? Maybe. Was it fun to do? Absolutely. But you're in the aftermath, the place that no player wants to be, right? To look that in the face, and you're bearing that humanity. For all that power, here's the backside, right? For you, as the night will be over for you, having to sift through all that and see it, the one gem I want you to get from it, despite all this misery, you do get to see that crew walk up. And it is unnerving to you to watch them go from SWAT uniforms, very fit men and women, as they the woman, you'll see her take the sniper fucking rifle, that weapon system, and she begins breaking it down, and she'll put it in a case, but then she'll pull off her her hood, very vibrant green eyes, long red hair that she has pulled back in a ponytail, and she'll hop down and she'll start walking over to help people out and to do her thing. There's an odd burning cross symbol that she'll realize she has in her uniform as she starts talking to certain officers. And they're nodding their head as she holds some sort of rank. And maybe she's the ice queen. You have no idea. But what they're reporting to her is the fact that, these insurrectionists, these terrorists, whatever they were, do we know why they were here? Do we know what's going on? And she doesn't answer them to that effect. What she tells them is that you knew that when we took up the sword against what we face, that there were certain questions that we couldn't answer, and this is it. You knew that when we asked you permission to lay that sword in my hand, that I would be unseen to handle it. Your men were not to get involved. You knew that. And this is why. You can't handle what you face. And if you don't think it's normal, and she'll point to the beam, someone swung that rebar full tilt into it. All evidence is going to equate to that. And you'll have your team go out there and try to analyze it. Whoever hit that should have shattered, if not shorn their hands off their arms. They should be dead. Nothing could have thrown that in there with the velocity to do it. Nothing that close. Nothing nobody would have reported. There's no explosions. There's no storm. There's no car accident, which means it was by hand. What could have done it? And the officer doesn't say anything, and doesn't have to. Behind him, the other guys that are with her, it's unnerving to see them that when they take off their uniform, you'll see they put in their papal collar and their black shirts, and they start addressing the crowd. And what they do is to start giving psalms and last rites and prayers and forgiveness and teaching people that violence isn't the way, vengeance isn't your way. However, it's creepy for you to hear a priest say, and I quote, the Lord giveth vengeance to those who are in the righteous hands of Michael, and understand that my saint name is that of Michael. And I have seen and bore witness today of something that will not go unanswered. We now know our prey. Your children will not go to heaven alone. Those are those type of phrases coming out of these guys. And it's a bit like, no, this, nah, maybe, and a long-winded short in a stint not to have time to write up. This is the Second Inquisition. You've heard enough about them. To see them in action, can they handle the carnage? Oh, yeah. Can they handle what's going on? I will tell you this much. For the people who come out here to address the crowd, this is systemic. You're watching it as a bird's eye view. As some of them come out to address the crowd, to stop vigilante cops and whatnot getting out of hand and people riding up and getting worse, one person even takes the camera to talk to WGN to explain the terrorism that just happened here. And it's an amazing spiel that they give when they talk about the fact that folks want to think the Taliban is over, and maybe they are. But you gave no thought and consideration to the organized crime that is still leveling Chicago. People forgot about the mafia and the fact they still run this, and this is just another example of it. They're the only ones bold enough to use the police and to kill police to do what they need to. As far as using people here on site, they didn't use people on site. What it turns out is what you thought was a riot wasn't a riot. Some sort of chemical was released amongst the people here to cause this chaos, to rob a nearby bank. Unfortunately, the police were too fast to respond. They were off their game, and we almost caught the assailants right here. We know where they went. They're still at large, so he still needs to be safe. And you hear this pile of bullshit that just comes out of them. But you can see the reporter. That does make sense. Like, they were boldly came out of here, and then they just ran like it was a plan. And you saw it here, folks. We caught them running. It's just the back of their uniforms, but apparently an officer was in on it. And it's the officer, he mind winked, who's sitting there. And you'll hear him saying, I quote, though, probably the most damning thing ever, as he's in cuffs being put in the back. He's like, Sarge, you got to believe me. I couldn't resist. I looked into his eyes. I could tell you what he looked like. He's like, well, what did he look like? And then you'll see his mouth stop moving. He's like, oh, we're playing games then. We'll see how much you want to play when we get you in a cell. And they'll slam the door shut. And you're like, oh, let me add that to I'm going to need this size lube ordered from Amazon, delivered to my haven. As you're taking this down, and they're at large here. That's the info for you. Do they give any specific details right here, right now? No. You do know that they are systemic in cleaning up as they are in pursuit. Mm-hmm. Just leaving that where it is. To flashback to you guys, Ramsey, you will get a phone call as you're sitting up there. And the fact that it says Cook County Morgue, if you were alive, your blood pressure would have went from a smooth 20, handling your day, to about 180.
Hello.
Is this Ramsey?
It is.
Hey, I want you to know that we're very happy with the outcome. We didn't ask for so many, but you do not disappoint.
So our deal's done.
Excuse me. You do not seem to understand what it is that you have just done.
I don't. I don't understand.
What I tell you. I tell you so much because they won't believe you otherwise. All I needed you to do was to touch this bean. That's it. There's nothing inside there, but you had to touch it. If I were just told that you went there and you wouldn't have touched it, that would have been enough for me. To call me in frustration and say that you couldn't get inside and you'd get it soon and blah, 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 this would have been enough. But the ritual's complete. Oh, I should explain. You had to touch it. It took your time. Finally, you did. But now we know you're willing to play ball, and we accept your offering.
So where does this take us from here?
Oddly enough, no one will ever find evidence of your head incident. It's already handled. We incinerated the head already. I hate to be so misdirecting, but if you would have been a bit quicker in the wit, you would have known we couldn't sit on such evidence. No, I'd be stupid. Remember, we had to, you and your friend to get you out of there?
Mm-hmm.
That's evidence to cover up in and of itself. I'm not giving away shot, but I'm happy. I'm so elated. In fact, I feel we take advantage of you. What can we do for you right here? The immensity of the ritual you have given the Hikata is huge.
Can you get us out of the city?
No, why would we do that? Hey, excuse me. Let me ask. He'll hang up.
Well,
Our deal with the Akata's done, and they're happy with what happened.
I'm sorry. How does that make sense?
I don't know what they're about, other than I know they're a clan of death. What we did at the park helps them. They are elated to hear it.
Okay.
Oh, that's just great. Good.
That's
But-
one less issue.
I asked them for a way out of the city. Maybe that's not needed. At the very least, they might be able to give us a place to stay.
Why don't you ask him for alibis?
I was about to say, they got rid of the head. Don't you think they could probably get rid of the bodies?
Then yeah,
Your
I'll
phone's
ask.
gonna ring. Same guy.
I'll
number.
answer just my good friend Giuseppe.
So, as it turns out, we do have a home that we can get you set up with. It's nearby. You like the Gold Coast?
Well enough.
That's very rich. Is it just for you or everybody?
Everyone, 5 of us.
Ah, good. The place says fresh paint. They haven't had a chance to rent it yet. It's 10,000 a month for the place. So we will hold it for a month to give you a chance to figure out what to do from here, but no one will know you're there.
Thank you, Giuseppe. We'll be there soon.
I will send you the address. Just by the way, when you go there, it's a code you have to enter one time, but after that, management will have you sign in. You must sign in. But they will then give you the keys we have waiting for you.
Got it.
Leave. And he'll hang up.
We have an apartment on the Gold Coast. They're covering rent for a month. Rent after that is 10,000 if we want to stay. We can deal with that in a month. And I'll start heading to the address once he texts it to me.
So maybe there's something that you don't fully understand, but 10,000 is a lot.
Uh-huh.
And just because you're humoring it, you could look up the rent on it. It's 4,000 a month. That's accurate, but why so much more? And maybe they think you're good for it. Maybe you think Sullivan's made of gold. You're not really certain what it is until you realize that he told you that one floor was redone and they put fresh paint up, and that's correct. You enter in and you notice there's a Whole Foods down below, beneath the basement in of itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can see the fresh, nice door with the gilded, like wannabe gold that's around the entrance, revolving glass door that leads to a keypad to enter in. And then you can see the security table. We've all seen a style place like this probably going to work, not necessarily to live in. And this security table, anybody would want this job. It's nice and warm, big, huge leather chair to sit in, all comfortable. They got multiple video screens to watch what goes on, but they are quick to jump up and tell someone to sign in,
Mm-hmm.
right? There are people who walk by in robes and slippers that they're like, it's the winter. They know they just came out of the Whole Foods. They're not concerned with it as they go to use the elevator, and they have the keypad to use it anyway. With you, you have to walk over to the door, keypad even get into the lobby where they're at. You do that, and you head over to the desk, and they're probably going to call you over anyway that you see. And you go through the motions, right? As you walk in and do it, he'll see this guy look at you, and he'll look down at the screen like maybe he sees what numbers are entered in, or at least the info that pops up. He's like, oh, okay. And without question, he hands you an envelope with 2 keys like you would get at a hotel. They have Namcom on the back of it. Not that it matters. Some weird blue tech logo that you could care less about, Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
And for sure, you get over to the elevator, hit the button, hit the key code, and it scans you in. But the fact that it doesn't scan you in as Giovanni or anything like that, it scans you in as a guest. Like just the explanation of it, and you're like, oh, okay. But you'll realize that when you step on the inside, the floor is auto-selected to go to penthouse. Like you can't even screw around on what floor you want to go to. Like you open it up, and that's its default for it. Now, that's a nice feature for an elevator. You can choose to push others, you realize. It's like an added bonus. If you let the door shut, they'll go to where you live.
That is nice.
So, getting up to the top, doors will open up on a expensive floor. And when the doors open up onto a floor, it's because there is no apartment. They open up to what is here. And this place is still furnished. So when he said he put a fresh coat of paint on a wall, it makes you wonder where, right? This decor would make an art guy's jaw drop. This is obviously somewhere someone stayed for a minute and you're taking over their digs, and obviously fiscal responsibility after a month, but it's a good lay low place for now. You can see the shutters are still shut, but when they open, they're probably going to overlook the road you guys contemplated sprinting down. And where you were in Millennium Park, that's why I put those photos there of what rooftops you're on top of, because that's where you made it to. This is actually not far from there. Like, you're pretty certain on the other side of this building you could oversee where that's at, but you're kind of hidden up where you're at. But the thought rings in your head, you still haven't talked to who you're supposed to, Sullivan. Like, you did that setup and that's that. You don't know what's going on with that. However, the problem is you guys get off and you're kind of in the middle of the area. You'll simply hear a voice. I didn't think you were going to show. And when you turn to look, you don't know who these people are. This looks like, you ever seen the film Underworld? Of course you all have. Do you remember their death dealers?
Mm-hmm.
How they have the weird ass turtlenecks with the cat suits and whatnot? I want you to imagine that. Like that's a thing. Like, you want to laugh out loud to look at them. Except that's like 3 of the people who are in this room standing there. They don't have swords or anything, just the outfit. Like, they're ready to go for what happens and what goes on. But quickly your head will kind of get back in the game as you realize if they were trying to look like a bunch of motorists, like motorcycle racing out here with the wind shear and the fact that it's going on, that's the clothing you would wear for that. Looks stylish for a film, but there is a purpose. If you're going to go out in those -degree weather and dealing with that, that would help you stay alive on a motorcycle if that was your form and function. But bottom line, Ramsey, you can pick out these people ride motorcycles. Sullivan, you could pick out that they're serious candidates just looking at the 3 of them. It's because they're more inhuman than freaking Warren is.
Right.
They're looking at you guys, and their eyes do kind of glow in the dark like coals. To stare there, that's the eyes of the beast for those who are in the know. And as they stare and look, it's the automatic weapons, the strap over the shoulder, the fact that they have them hanging to the side and aren't using them.
Mm-hmm.
It's the lady, though, who's talking to you. Despite their appearance, she's wearing a nice, what you would consider Euro chic if this was in France back in the 80s. She has the white turtleneck, the long brown trench coat, high heels that are stiletto, which is all the rage that say power and fashion for them back in the day. But it is the specific man suit she's wearing. What I mean by that, it's the male version of a style that is supposed to look like something Madonna might have walked out to make a statement for MTV. You know, she would be shirtless, but would wear the power jacket to make it look like, you know, we're women and we're taking it back in a sexy way type thing. That's what it reminds you of, except this woman has a blouse and a turtleneck and isn't that way. And her eyes are blue. Her accent is distinctly American, a little too American. And you don't get what's going on other beyond 3 with authority. She's standing there. Doesn't feel right. However, Sullivan, and you have venture lore. I won't have you roll for it. You know what this is. You know it ahead of time. This woman's a lictor. You know the term from the clan. A lictor is specifically a troubleshooter. This is someone who comes in and sweeps problems for Clan Venture from the table. That's what they do. They kick in doors, they eliminate people, and those folks disappear. Now, someone called him and set this place up. What are they doing here? Is the thing in question, and you don't know fully what's going on. What you do know is that the 3 that are with her, you're not certain what that means. Backup? Definitely. To what degree, you do not know. But if this is a lictor and they're here, this means that, well, maybe the prince already knows and knew ahead of time. Maybe you're right. You won't know. There's a lot of questions here. Depends on what you tell these guys or what you all even want to do.
he'll take a look at the assembled kindred, if they could even be called that, and he will simply say, to be honest, Sullivan's caught unawares, but he's also mentally like exhausted. He'll kind of give that shrug like Matt Damon did at the end of The Departed, where he just knows it's his time. He's like, all right.
He gestures. You open your mouth and start talking as he sees what goes on, and you'll hear, it's a trying night. I understand. Please have a seat. It's your apartment.
You will have a seat.
I'll sit down on a couch.
To that effect, she'll continue. If you're wondering what happened and what's going on, ironic that we weren't ever expecting you to do something so ridiculous. But we were told something bold was happening with you, Sabat, and that there was a chance of flipping, and that this would be done. And you did, so it seems. And then this happened. Thought to myself, there's no way you would figure it out because you walked into it. Bottom line is that you weren't aware that Kevin Jackson doesn't miss a step. This is an example. Since you were on Elysium and you walked off, you were under the watchful eye of a net of people who were designed to help spin doctor and cover up whatever instances you happened to avoid us losing our station. In city, as it said. Camarilla is in a very delicate time, or was, until this moment. Now, it would be anyone's guess as to what happened at that park. And I suppose this is what we're here to figure out. If it's under better circumstances, you're able to explain the activities at this park and you'll get to live. If you can't adequately explain what happened in that park, well, this is the end for you. Make no mistake, my associates are more than capable of making sure you don't see the light of day. We've seen worse. And it's that simple. I'm going to guess I'm at least your elder in this room, and I promise you 2 of them here are my elder. So by that alone, this would be a very hard-pressed fight, but I've been shocked before by the ingenuity of Sabat. Now, I suppose before we even go further than that, if you're wondering why you're here, it's because there was a phone call made by one Giuseppe Giovanni, and that is because no one owes anyone scot-free. And there is a call that he had to make because he owed, well, the venture, Kevin Jackson, to be direct. And the simple matter is that if they had any information whatsoever come in that it looked like the Sabat were trying to hide under the rug, it's his job to make sure that we get it and receive it. And we'll filter it. We'll judge its worth and value based on who it is. If it's straight up Camarilla and a feeding incident, we'll let it go. This is hardly a feeding incident. Now, we don't know what you were doing in that park, and maybe it's as innocent as Giuseppe said. However, I want the story.
Slappy will like look over at Sully because they're like, are they addressing the group or are they specifically talking to Sully?
She's talking to Sully, although the other 3 are looking your direction. And it's kind of insulting. The fact that she's only talking to Sullivan makes you feel like they at least they know each other, but you don't rate somehow.
Yeah. Slappy's gonna look at Sullivan and just may I?
He'll wave his hand to kind of just pause him. He's like, no, I have this. Bob, is there any politics or etiquette rule I can make to let them know specifically what's happening here? My intent is just to tell them we went for a bean. We tried to, it has mystical issues.
So your intent's to downplay it and make it seem like you went out to the bean and events happened and you don't know what it was?
No, I mean, he wants to explain the situation at the bean being we went for a specific reason. We know that the bean had mystical properties.
Well, let's not get too into it. What we're doing right now, I'm the storyteller and well aware that you don't want to get out of it or whatever you want to do. This is an opportunity. Either you're trying to show Pony, I'm a soldier, yes, sir, I tell you everything, and I polish my icon as I move up in the Venture ranks as being one to do my job. But look what I was saddled with, i.e., personal gain. Where you're trying to help the Coterie out, and you're going to try to stone-faced lie and pull one over on this lady.
He's gonna help out the Coterie because it'll go against his conviction if he does otherwise.
And the man remembers the game. All right. I'm all about this, but you know you're impaired, number one.
I know, but it's what my character would do.
It is what your character would do. Well, God bless you, because the dice won't. We're at you can't use awe because awe would tip your hand.
Right.
I think you're well aware of that. You can use charisma, and I would say at this point it is definitely subterfuge. You're impaired, so it's -2. The fact that they don't know, I'm going to let you know out of game. This is all of you. Let's look at this realistically. Where we're not doing time dilation. I'm not going 10 minutes pass and you get here, and an hour passes and you get here. Time has passed, right? You guys got there in a series of events. Took all of maybe 30 minutes to go through, and another hour of you ditching, running, bobbing, all that stuff to get where you're at. There is no way under hell, by the way they handled that scene. Let me just make this simple because people review this later. When you consider the Second Inquisition and what they do,
Yes.
their job is to monitor stuff just like this. Your saving grace is as crazy, as dumb as Bernogle was to do that. And I think you're aware now that it was a power you hadn't used and you weren't quite certain how effective it was. And to see it, it's one of those things where you're like, that was all not what I intended. Not what I know. It's not how I get that as an ST, right? But, also my glee as a sadist comes out when I'm like, well, this is power. This is what it do. And it's there. So I'm not trying to screw you with it, but it actually works out. The Second Inquisition isn't aware of everything vampires can do. They're just not. They are aware it's unusual when skaters start stabbing cops and police are beating up and killing and worse, right? And that there was an incident that went down here, but no one's alive or operable to say it. And what I mean by that, think of a berserk rage. Think of a rage you've ever been in, as angry as you were, but imagine you hit that point where they say you black out. You're just not aware. You destroyed the successes you needed for that crowd to have that effect. These people were completely not in their right mind as they were giving it to AT&T, as you said. And that's the story they have. And think of how insane is that. There's going to be some people to wake up and go, I don't even have an iPhone, right? That's the type of thing, like they don't know what's going on. They got guilt of their own to deal with. That's not going to give them anything. The only thing the Second Inquisition has is that vampires are involved is that rebar, right? That fits as a piece of evidence that's not epic. They are not even be able to get this. Someone's have to come and shear that off, and they're going to have to call the old architect back to try to polish the being back to good to what it used to be with that ever being an involvement in it, right? A legend was made here. But still, what do the kindred know? Well, the answer is nothing. It's nothing. They have to rely on word of mouth. They know, think of it. If you were a vampire at all, be you an arcana, lictor, or somebody else, and you were on scene, what do you think you can get from it? And the answer is, it's not much. You would know what you're being told by hearsay and word of mouth, and what's damning are the people who are involved and how panicked they are. I already know you guys are at that stage, and I let you act out to the point of what most players do. You get here, and you're the one to reveal yourself or not. And DJ's in that seat. It's coming down to a dice roll to see what they can get it all to peel this apart. You could kill the die roll. You could not kill the die roll. It really depends. Now, he's rolling this understanding he can't spend willpower. The dice are going to be what the dice are. And that's that. And some of you are going to say, but presence is a supernatural power. He should always get it. The problem here is if he uses presence in a room of people who know to expect it, that's the issue.
Yep.
That's an automatic. We know you're misleading or misdirecting. And that's later on they're going to find it out. They might not hear, but it's later on. And I think we can agree that whoever these people are, if they're a skullduggery and important in the Venture Clan as it is, for him to do that, it invites his death. No matter what. Like he could just see that's the end at a certain point. So he's not going to do that. But having all that said, it's not that they're not going to piece together and the kindred are the kindred. They're going to blame all sorts of people to get advantage from this. But we don't have to do that. We as this group don't have to slice that minutia down. Hopefully, Sullivan's going to win this role. That's the goal. And we didn't run. That's the other important thing. You run and flee town, this gets even worse, right?
Right.
Yes.
Sullivan, please do so, but I'm going to tell you what's working in your favor.
Right.
This is why you want a social person in your group who built a social character with all sorts of backdoor working out, right? Number one, you are, sir, having a right lore sheet of being on a certain someone's list that would never do this,
Right.
right? That power, excuse me, that lore nets you 2 die bonus in this exact situation because it's your clan you're dealing with. Where they're extending out to hang you and burn this down, they also have a reputation on the line. You have a fame that works to your favor because why would you burn yourself down? You're standing, the camera rule is there too, but I'm going to consider this one washes the other in that regard. What I mean by that, instead of you getting 2, you're only going to get a 1 because you also should have known better, right? So it's a 3 die bonus you're going to get to this roll. That's going to be subterfuge charisma based.
So that's net positive 3 after the subtractions, or rather after the
7. It's a net 7. It's total 7 that you're going to get.
Got
Would
it.
be 9, but it's down to 7.
Got it. Would I be able to rouse my blood to increase my charisma in the hopes? Because this will matter. If not, that blood's not gonna. All right, let's see. Rouse. Let me see that tab. Rouse 1, please. Oops, not a valid choice. Dice roll. Oops, that's not that button. It's this one. There we go. I'll just do it this one. All right, so no hungrier, and so it will be 9 total. It's 9, hunger 1.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So here's what happens. The miraculous tale of tales comes out of Sullivan's mouth. It's not a lie he tells. What he sits here and says is that you'll hear him, I had a deal, we had to go do a thing for the Giovanni or for the Hecata specifically, and it's because, and he explains an event that technically should get you guys in trouble. We were at a scene and he's new to Sabat. He thought covering up was chopping off a head and leaving the thing. And she'll nod her head at that and keeps nodding her head. But the other 2 guys in the group are like, that makes sense. You know, chop a head off and can't say Fangs did it. Right? Kind of in that gesture. They're just like, yeah, vindicate Ramsey in that tale.
I told you.
And you roll forward. And she just has you to continue on. And as you're given the report, it's the park that you spin beautifully. You're like, we get there, there's the ice skating ring. We didn't expect that. And problem is that there was this feeling everybody had coming up here that this we shouldn't be here, but we had to do this and touch this, and we didn't know what they had planned, and we didn't know what they wanted, and we were trying to vet the scene, and before we knew it, Ramsey oddly lost it. He went up there and touched it, and he just couldn't keep his cool. And I don't know, I moved to hold him down, and as I'm holding him back, the crowd rushed us. They just swarmed over us. There was a massive rage that overtook everybody as they were just ripping each other apart. We couldn't tell friend from foe. And we just came out there to touch this. And I don't know how we get out of it, but it's like someone's using us to their own ends, and we can't tell who it is. They used us, and for that, I guess I'm a fool, but it was prestation. We had to. And she'll nod her head, and she'll hold her hand up for a moment. All right. That's good enough for at least understanding. So that happened. The cops dying. It was a crowd that strangely couldn't be controlled. Charging kindred in a frenzy. That's disturbing. And they'll look around, and you'll see 2 of the guys who were there just nod their head. And she goes, and I want a full spec op on the scene. I want to know everything that happened. Just spend your time. And they'll nod and at least vindicate what he said. And they're like, yeah. And she'll turn. I take nothing at face value. There are many people I encounter that can talk circles, even around me. I like to be thorough. So they will go, they will see, and they will tend to it. And mind you, are you aware of what a psychic investigator does? Have you heard the term?
He does. He'll just keep a straight face.
Well, needless to say, they have the ability to read objects, places of importance, of great emotion. And all they have to do is touch it, handle the object, and they get the whole picture of what occurred from the viewpoint of said object or place. And we make sure we have skilled trackers capable of doing that. And 2 of them have just left this area to do just that. Now, beyond that, they're very skilled at hunting down and ripping somebody apart. That as well. But for the most part, they're just waiting for their opportunity to get there to see what goes on. If they're lucky, they get there soon enough to get before this great wave or emotion is felt by you. Are you aware of what the call does? Has anybody told you about it?
I can't say I have.
This sounds very similar to that. There are kindred who receive this pull to go overseas, and they must answer this call. And they go to the East, the Middle East specifically, and they go out that way. I've never felt the call, but my sire certainly did, and did attend it. Many others across the world have been doing this. Something's calling us home. Now, we were worried, and maybe this is an example of what this being could do otherwise. Our clan did surmise the fact that if they could make you go to where they are, what happens when they have a nightmare?
Hmm.
This sounds like it. It's a theory, though, and I'll need proof. But if you're telling me you went there to a specific place, like, well, let's say the Bean, and something. Oh, do you remember what happened here during the Chicago riots that killed Prince Loden?
I do.
So you
Uh,
recall the violence in the streets?
he nods slowly, and if I may, one thing I should also mention is I noticed you were mentioning these people who could touch items. I would be very careful about the bean. Slappy here, my cohort, could actually attest to the fact that there might have been lupines there. One took a chunk from his shoulder, and we were able to leave the first time around. But I don't know if that also ties into what might cause the riot. So I'm not sure if this is
She'll
also
clap
something
her
the
hands
lupines
in a
could do.
snarl and is like, "Damn it!" And she'll get up and start walking to the other side of the apartment, or excuse me, the Gold Coast condo. As she pulls out the phone and that she walks off. Um, However, she begins speaking in German, and you don't understand that too well. However, when she translates over to Italian, you can make sense of it, heads or tails of it, and reminds you of your proper board training for a lot of what you had going on for your clan, giving your sire's proclivities. And what you pick up is you'll hear Prince Jackson. This is Gloria reporting in. Unfortunately, it is valid. You will have to tell the board this is accurate. You have to inform the Strategoi that we will have to clean this up. This is not our problem. In fact, it's fortuitous we found it. But unfortunately, um, the lupines aren't dead. No, no, I know that was your sire's problem. But remember what killed him? We know it was in the department store, and I think it was Macy's. My God, he met his demise, and it was a lupine who did it. This was off the Gold Coast. You think it's a coincidence? Here we are at this. We don't know why the Cloud Gate was made, but we know this. Does it have a mystical property? Well, the Hakata seem to think so because they sent these guys out here to do an innocuous thing for an unknown reason. But they didn't tell us. You have to assume it's for something. We don't know what they gained, but we do know a whole bunch of people died out here at this specific moment. Now, I don't know what you want us to do further, but lockdown wise, the news crew is ridiculous, but we know the Second Inquisition are in play. That's without question. We saw their vehicle on site, and that's why we weren't there, but we were able to hold the police off, buying time for our men to, well, square it away. Yes, I'm aware. Three did escape. No, I found the rumor of that, and that's why they're here. They wouldn't turn themselves in if they thought they were the ones who were there. No, I'm certain of that. I talked to Sullivan. He's a broken man at this point. He couldn't even lift his head to gaze into my eyes long enough to tell me the tale. That's defeat if I ever heard it. It's a trying time. He'll hear it go on for an end, and you can only imagine what Jackson's saying in it. And she goes, "No, it's this. It's as simple as this. I think that there's something going on. I think something tried to tear apart the city before Loden, and he was in the front lines, and he met that demise. There's a word called the Phantom, which relates to a building that Loden had as his haven. That's downtown, not far from there at all. I think they're related. I can't tell you how, but they have to be related. The Phantom is some ridiculous art sculpture that sat on top of a building that generated some sort of energy unknown. I'm told that Tremere were investigating, but they're dead. So, well, they should be. Nikolai isn't here to explain his research. So now we're left with nothing, and we're left with this being, this cloud gate. Um, I, whatever you wish. I can threaten them. I could do whatever you like. No, as you wish, my prince. And she'll spend another 30 seconds talking in English, spouting complete lie. and you'll see it seamlessly. For everybody else to go from German to Italian to English now, her English is like, yes, of course, no. Do what you can, secure all evidence. I'm aware there was some left behind. Of course, there always is. You did pick up the garments they dropped. Those we can trace back. Blah, blah, blah. And you would be nervous, Sullivan, if that were true.
Right.
That's just not what was said, right? As she then hangs up the phone and she'll come walking back into the room. Well, do know that you're going to stay here, and I'll report the findings to the prince, and we'll be in touch. You have no intention of leaving town, I assume?
None.
Well, that's good for you. It's a pleasure meeting you for the first time. Hopefully not the last, but this works out for you. I'm only here because, well, technically I'm to be your executioner, but oddly, this does work in the favor of us. There's well, let's just say that clans don't play fair. And the once great Loden was one to hold down the mess that's here now, but he's not here. And it'll be handled in the wash, as they say. Do keep an upper lip. You could, though, if a lot of you don't mind. As you stay here, I know you have a month here. Take as long as you need. For that factor, at the very least, you can be out with the city that to watch this area, in particular Millennium Park. What I want you to do, we don't have the assets to stake people out there that wouldn't be noticed, but perhaps you do. After all, you were happening by, as you said, you were in there as a thing. Keep watch over it. We want you to look out for is those who come and leave, specifically the Cloud Gate. I think there's relevance there. Are you willing to do this for me?
Yes.
Well, good. I look forward to your monthly reports. Do enjoy your stay and get some rest. And she'll gently touch your hand with feigned emotion of care. You know, she doesn't care
Yeah.
about how you are. Just she did what she did, and it's like, yeah, you're good. No, yeah. And then she'll turn. She'll turn to leave as the last guy with her will open the door for her, and we'll head out. They will leave.
Sully will just slump in his chair.
Well, with that, we're definitely going to end game right there with what I like to call a roller coaster. Just do a simple thing. I rather enjoy your bad to worst scenario, fellas. That's great. We'll talk XP, and what I'm just going to say is it completed the plot. You're definitely here to do it. A task, we'll say. It's good to do it. There are ups and downs, and well, I know two of you have to roll. You're completely impaired, so we're going to need that one die to determine if we lose yet a humanity, or if for some of us another one, in terms of Slappy and yours truly, Sullivan, and absolutely our fellow Nas as well, Rot.
Yep.
I will also roll those 2 stains I have. So that should be a 3 die pool.
Oh,
Ugh,
cry me a
On my
river.
record, I'm still at
Dang.
5, and that's a success.
I have
Yes.
failed my humanity.
Son of a. Yep. Oh boy.
It's a slippery slope.
It is
Do-
such a slippery slope.
Do I roll because I just straight up lost to humanity?
Oh no, you straight up lost it for even doing it. It's the after effect.
Oh, okay. One die.
Like that humanity loss was knowing that we weren't impaired yet, and then the cop uniform stealing to escape with that would do it,
Oh,
because Slappy
okay.
was at a high humanity. Wasn't low enough for him to go, it's a Sunday. We do this all the time, killing cops and then taking their outfits when I'm responsible. Yeah, that's a bit much.
That's another humanity loss.
All right.
Oh.
Now, remember, a loss is you reconcile it with shit happens. You had to do it. And I think that's fitting for you, Slappy. You had to do something with the crowd. You weren't expecting with what they did, but you had to get out of there. Right? And that's it. It is what it is. And you reconciling that you're willing to do what you have to do to keep you alive and thus around despite morals, that's where that loss comes in. For you, Rod, it's almost like it was foretold on high that this would happen. And that's just how it is, right?
Yep.
So that's the end result. everyone else, I'm positive you have your reasons for it. Reconciliation is ever in your court, but I think for a harmonist, you already have a well understanding of how that. Right, it's your one thing. I should never let him touch.
This is the opposite of what we're supposed to do here. We're supposed to be predators. We're supposed to blend in. We're not supposed to upset the lives of the kind. We might call the herd occasionally when it's needed. This is like me going into a bullpen and sledgehammering bulls in the head. Like, this is...
That's how you die fast. Real fast.
That's accurate, or should. But in the case of Kindred, maybe a little harder to kill. So XP-wise, everyone's getting 3. Just going to give you 3. I think everybody played their role well. I know I'm more than generous, but I give a max of 5. And what we're doing right now is understanding plot and who pushed it, who did not. DJ's getting a 4th, as is Brentron for definitely doing. Brentron gave you a full 5.
Thank you, sir.
I think the focus on pushing this forward the last couple game sessions, finally seeing this through, that's more than deserving for it. Bernardo, I almost want to dock you XP, but that's only because that's part of me going, my morality says I should do that. But the inner player in me says that was entertaining. And
it's always entertaining inciting a mob with presence.
There's a lot. It's a game, right? And that's what happens. You thought you were doing good is an important thing. I knew genuinely where you were, and not understanding 100% how that would work out. But then seeing how it worked out is like, okay.
I mean, hey, I'm all about it when like I do, if I get docked at XP, that's totally fine, man. Like, cause like no
way. I don't dock XP. It's either you earn it or you don't. That's a fair thing, and we don't go over like why you didn't. Just that's where it is, right? You're perfectly fine. And if I thought it was just terrible to do, I would have brought it up. So it wasn't terrible to do. I do know that a character earned that and learned it from his concept, which was doing what? Inciting riots to fight the man on behalf of the African American community, right alongside your sire way back when in the late 60s. So to do it now to some ice skating ring people, I was like, maybe not the audience, but you live, you learn, you forgive, you forget, and that's where we're at. But Brentron's gonna get the 5, everyone else is gonna get the 3. Actually, I'm gonna say Sullivan's gonna get 4. I think that's fair, and I'm gonna give 4 to Michelli as well. I almost forgot. Staying behind to eat the weight of what happened and figure out the plot and get people to look at. In terms of Second Inquisition, opens up doors for what you guys could or maybe want to do going forward. So that's a good game. Well, congratulations, guys! You finally completed a task assigned you by one vampire elder in the city.
I feel as though that might have been a detail that was forgotten at some point. The reason we were cleaning up that head is because Tally told us to do it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That was kind of being played off like, we'll get to it. Ballard asked us to do this. I don't give a fuck about Ballard if Tally's in play. All right. I don't. Maybe we have different priorities. Like,
maybe you haven't felt the weight of Ballard. That's probably why. You just haven't felt the
There's
full
a lot of weight there. So
I think in another way, Ballard, all right, he's going to be mad. He's going to beat you with a rib, right? Maybe he bankrupts you. This is Tally freaking Hound.
He'll kill you, DJ.
Listen, as a Camarilla member, I have no idea what this man did. He was just a transplant into my city. You, as a Sabat member, different story. I at least know what Ballard is capable of.
So let's think that through. If Tally the Hound puts paws in the Sabat member, right? You see where I'm saying? You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is Sully had to lose some humanity to make things happen. I have to reassess.
The immature adult in me just gets pleasure out of the fact that all of this was because we tried to flick the bean.
It's fine. Shut up.
Well, technically, it was Babe Ruth who flicked the bean there. Good old Mike there. So all props to him with inanimate objects and bean flipping. So
Bob, was Ramsey told not to proselytize when he became a member of the Camarilla? No, we have the Church of Cain here.
No, was not told that.
Okay, good. We might.
Well, to talk about that a bit more, you couldn't proselytize here amongst people who have, well, it's the Camarilla. Right? That'd be like you're espousing Sabbat ideals to the enemy itself, which how are you known on sight? The path you're on.
Uh-huh.
Right? Everybody else, you know what you can't do? These people are food. You can't. Hey, whoa, come here. Get in this line right here. This is the we do not join the Sabbat line. Are you a Sabbat member? I swear, tell me if you do. I got something for you.
Are you a
right?
Sabbat member? No.
Mm.
I remember the talks. All right. Thank everybody for watching this episode. Welcome back for the holidays, guys, and I look forward to next game most certainly.
Yep. Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Goodbye, folks.
Peace.
Sayonara.